So welcome everyone to the League of Women Voters of Virginia Legislative Pre-Session. This is where we gear up for the 2022 session, and we welcome you all. We're sorry that we are yet again virtual, but this worked very well last year, and leading into the session, we will have some more hybrid events as we hopefully transition back to in-person. We'll just see how that goes. But glad to have you with us here today. This is our opportunity for us to share our legislative priorities and also to hear from the legislative priorities of our partners. Before we start, I just wanted to talk briefly about there was a question in the advocacy training about speaking for the League. And wanted you to know that only the president does get to speak for the League. If you are a member of one of the issue groups and we're giving testimony to one of the legislative committees, you may have an opportunity at that time to speak for the League. Those are approved and all of that. But so then the question is, why do we have the talking points if you don't get to speak for the League? And the reason is we will be having action alerts throughout the session, and we will have those on the Outreach Circle platform. And that's a new platform for us. So please reach out if you aren't signed on yet, or if you have any problems with that. But we think that that will be a good way. It helps us track some of the data so that you don't have to, so we know who's being contacted on what issues. And so when you're contacting your legislator, you are speaking with the power of your vote, the power of your constituency, to let your legislator know how you feel about that bill, whether you oppose it, whether you support it. And we will provide talking points so that you can be intelligible in your advocacy. However, on League Day, which is January 26th, we want you there in full regalia with all your LWV bling and apparel. And we want everyone to know that the League is in the house. And we will have printed out materials for you to leave behind with your legislators. And so if you still have questions about whether or not you're speaking for the League or not, please contact me or Denise. And just to give you an example of what not to do, as you know, the League doesn't support or oppose candidates. And we did have a member contact her senator last year about one of the candidates for the redistricting commission and spoke against putting him on the commission. And the first thing that she said was, I'm a member of the League. And we love that she recognizes the power and the importance of the League. But as soon as that's out of your mouth, whether it's in writing or orally, then you are speaking for the League. And so please don't do that. Since we don't support or oppose candidates, we had to walk that back. And just remember that you have the power of your vote. You're the one that your legislator is there to represent, and they need to know how you feel. So without anything further, oh, actually I do have something further. I lied, sorry. A couple things. One, we're very proud of all the work that the League does, and that work is because of our members and our donors. And so thank you all so very much. We are grassroots, we do not have paid staff. And so everything that we are able to accomplish is because of the hard work of our volunteers. And so if you will look at our November newsletter, we sent it, sorry, December newsletter, we sent it out a day early yesterday, just to kind of get out there for Giving Tuesday, but also to let everybody know what impact the League has had, because we were very impactful during COVID. We expanded voter access, and we're very proud of the hard work that we did. So check that out. That also has some of the schedules for the proposed WLRTs. Those are the Women's Legislative Roundtables. And during session, we have those every Wednesday at 8:30 in the SunTrust room, which is right across the street from the offices in the Pocahontas building. And that's just down the hill from the Capitol building. And we will have this hybrid this year. So if you can, come in person. And if you can't, please tune in virtually. We always have a good representation from legislators and partners and members. And so please tune in for that. And our special WLRT is our League Day, and that's January 26th. And that's where we hope that many of us will be able to show up in person and enforce and let legislators know what issues are important to us. The one other thing is that if you check out the shop on the LWV homepage or website, Bernice Colvert, who unfortunately passed away very recently, wrote a history of the League that took us through 2009. And the committee's been working very hard to produce an update on that. And so we have started pre-sales on that book. You can find that in the League shop. So that is all of my ramblings. And it is my distinct pleasure to introduce K. Joseph Flores. He's the Secretary of Finance for the state of Virginia. And we are so honored that the Secretary of Finance has historically made this a tradition to come and address the pre-session of the League of Women Voters of Virginia and to kick us off. So Mr. Flores was appointed the Secretary of Finance July 1st, and in that capacity oversees the Department of Accounts, Department of Planning and Budget, Department of Taxation, Department of Treasury, along with the Virginia Resources Authority and the Virginia Board of Accountancy. Previously, he served as the Deputy Secretary of Finance for Governor Northam, where he helped lead the governor's successful Medicaid expansion effort. He also served as Deputy Secretary of HHR for Governor Terry McAuliffe. For 2 decades, he's advised legislators in Texas, Minnesota, and Virginia on the breadth of fiscal policy issues in health and human resources, including a dozen years with Virginia State Senate Finance Committee. As a nonpartisan legislative fiscal analyst, he was a resource to lawmakers, agency officials, advocacy groups, the media, the public on issues related to healthcare, social services, public health, behavioral health, developmental disabilities, children and adult services. Mr. Flores also provides leadership nationally on healthcare issues, serving as the chair of the Healthcare Access and Financing Committee for the National Academy of Healthcare Policy. He previously served as staff chair and staff vice chair of the Health Committee for the National Conference of State Legislators. He earned a Bachelor of Art degree in history from Texas A&M University and obtained the Master of Science in Public Management and Policy from Carnegie Mellon University. Mr. Flores, thank you so much for joining us today, and we welcome you.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. And I was pleased to hear about the League's nonpartisanship, and I think some people don't believe this, but I was trained as a nonpartisan fiscal analyst for many years. And I've always maintained that nonpartisanship, even though I've worked for 2 partisan Democratic governors over the last 7 years. I think it's important, especially in this environment, and certainly thank you for the League for what you guys are doing. We tend to, I think, recently talk past one another, even though we differ on issues, and not everybody is always going to agree on different issues. And it's important that we can still be able to talk to one another and not talk at one another and not listen. So I appreciate that sentiment. So I think I only have 15 minutes, and I'm going to zoom on through this and hopefully leave some time for questions. I was asked to speak to you this morning about some of the issues that will come before the 2022 General Assembly, which is actually just going to be upon us here in a little over a month. But I am going to focus on the budget because that is what I know best right now. But that will be a topic of conversation, lively conversation, I'm sure, and debate during the 22 session. And I would note that your timing is spot on because we actually just finalized the budget last night. So I think we're done and we're going to start moving into production mode, and the governor will likely be rolling out some of his announcements in the next few days, if not a couple weeks. You probably know this already, that our general fund revenue situation is positive in Virginia, very positive. One might even say historic. On the heels of a historic general fund surplus from fiscal year 21 of $2.6 billion, we're looking at unprecedented general fund revenues in the next few years. And I've done this, as was mentioned, in Texas and in Minnesota. And I've never seen this before in my nearly three decades of working on state budgets. But there's also some context that I think it's important to share with you guys, because I want to make sure that you understand how we got here. If I had told you a year ago that we'd be building a biennial budget based on historic general fund resources, you would have laughed me out of the room. In fact, if you remember, last August, about 15 months ago, the General Assembly had just convened in special session to reduce our revenues by $2.7 billion, roughly 5% of our biennial budget. The General Assembly at that special session also unallotted or froze discretionary spending that had just been approved by the 2020 General Assembly. There was considerable uncertainty last fall about where the economy was headed. We were still trying to figure out what this COVID-19 was, how it was transmitted, how we could protect ourselves, and how we were going to function, not just going to work every day, but whether or not we would have a job to go to. So we were very cautious last August when we were allocating additional resources, and we focused primarily on one-time spending and not ongoing commitments, because we weren't sure where we were headed. The economic outlook a little more than a year ago was considerably cloudy. If you remember, COVID cases were rising dramatically and would not peak until January. We had no vaccines that had yet been approved. It wasn't clear if we were going to get additional federal funding. We had the CARES Act that was approved in March, but we didn't know if anything else was coming down the pike. And the economy was fragile. Businesses were struggling to operate. So what happened? So the economic impact of COVID-19 didn't mirror prior recessions. We didn't have a book we could pull off the shelf and say, this is what you do during a recession, during a pandemic. The recession was much deeper, but much shorter than anyone anticipated. If you're a high income earner and could migrate to technology that we have today, that we're using today to do a Zoom meeting or WebEx or Google Meets, you were probably okay. And that's a lot of the folks that live up in Northern Virginia, work in the Richmond area, or maybe in the Hampton Roads area. So if you're a white collar worker, you were probably largely unaffected as we migrated to those platforms. If you're a low income worker, if you're flipping burgers or providing personal care to someone that is elderly or disabled, a lot more challenging for you. And you may have lost your job, or you may have been frightened about going to your job because you didn't know if the person that you were going to help, providing intimate care to, may have been exposed, or the family exposed. So it's those folks that we need to be especially mindful of as we come out of this recession, because the recovery has not been even. The other thing that happened is that the stock market continued to take off. Nobody anticipated that would happen, nor did anybody realize that during the recession, the housing market would explode. During a typical recession, it's actually a pretty good time to buy, but not during this recession. In fact, revenues related to recordation taxes were up 41% in fiscal year 21, way beyond what we anticipated. What the governor announced back in August is that the key factors were really the development, the unprecedented development of a vaccine, and the rollout of that vaccine, especially in the spring of this year. And the federal stimulus dollars that were provided, which put us on a path to recovery. No one anticipated a year ago, back in August and October, that we would have not just one, but two stimulus packages coming in the waning days of the Trump administration or in the early days of the Biden administration. And those revenues have certainly helped to bolster our economy and get it back on a path towards recovery. It's also important to point out that we don't develop our estimates of general fund revenues in a vacuum. The tax department does come up with their initial estimates based on input from national economic consulting firms, and we run that by economists. It's called the Joint Advisory Board of Economists, and we met with them in October of this year. Those are economists representing different industries in the Commonwealth, and we run our estimates by them, and they give us feedback, and we rerun the models. And then finally, we get feedback from business leaders, again, representing all industries across the Commonwealth that come together from healthcare, real estate, whatever industries across the Commonwealth. We sit down with them and we show them that forecast again and say, does this make sense to you? A year ago, so we met with them, it's called the Governor's Advisory Council on Revenue Estimates. We met with the business leaders last week, and some of them were apologetic about how they had missed the mark last year. I would point out that a forecast is an estimate. It's a point in time estimate, and things change. They're not static. And again, a year ago, none of us could foresee that our economy would bounce back so quickly and then take off, but it did, and it has. And notwithstanding a few bumps in the road that we've had related to the Delta variant this summer, we're still on track to continue growing. So what does that mean for the budget next session? In a nutshell, what it means is that we're going to have considerable general fund revenues for the governor's outgoing budget that we just finalized last night. Since Labor Day, we've been building that budget, and it's a soup to nuts budget. We look at things that we have to do, things that the governor would like to do, other nice to do's, and then some things that we ought not do or ought not ready. And typically we start with a preliminary estimate of what revenues are looking like in September, and we modify that as we get additional months of data. Throughout the fall, it became clear that revenue growth would continue to be strong, building on unprecedented growth in April, May, and June. Our bread and butter categories of revenues are related to withholding, basically income and salaries, as well as sales tax, and those have remained strong, which has allowed us to project additional revenues going forward. But we also want to be cautious because the virus is once again rearing its ugly head, just like it did right before our August special session with the Delta variant. Now we've got this Omicron variant out there. It hasn't hit the US yet, but I think everybody is just waiting to see when it comes and what it means for us. We also still don't have a firm grasp on the damage that COVID-19 has done to our communities. I've been arguing for months now that we need to wait and see how the dust settles. And so we should hold back some of our revenues to address some of those things that we may not be aware of as yet. And I'm sure they will come out. So the interesting thing about Virginia's budget is that Governor Northam is preparing that and will unveil a budget in the next few weeks. And that budget will become the budget that Governor-elect Youngkin will inherit, and it will become his budget to push through the General Assembly. During January and February, the General Assembly is going to modify that budget and amend it, and a final budget will be ironed out in March, hopefully. Sometimes the General Assembly goes into special session, but let's hope they finish their work in March. And then that product will be sent back to the governor for his consideration and possible amendment at the reconvened session, which will be held probably in early April, depending upon when the General Assembly finishes. So some of the dynamics that you need to be aware of going into the 22 session is that we do have a new governor. We will have a new majority likely in the House. There's 2 races that are still outstanding. And the Senate has a new leader that will govern it, which is the Lieutenant Governor, Governor-elect Sears. So, but what's interesting is that the General Assembly will start their session on, I believe it's January the 12th, and Governor-elect Youngkin won't be sworn in until the 15th, so a few days after the session convenes. The governor-elect will need to quickly appoint staff to key positions to make sure that he can pursue his policy and budget priorities. That new administration will likely be at a disadvantage compared to the General Assembly. The General Assembly members are already here. Many of them have been here for many years, and they will be ready to roll in January if they're not already ready to roll once the session convenes, and certainly before the governor is sworn in. And I would argue that the members of the House and Senate Money Committees, the House Appropriations Committee, Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee, are already gearing up. Just 2 weeks ago, this week, they convened their annual retreats here in Richmond and also in Roanoke to hear from their respective staffs about what the issues are that they will likely face during the next session. If you haven't already gone to their websites, I would certainly commend it to you. Again, it's the House Appropriations Committee and the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee. They have their websites will have a link to their annual retreats, and you'll see some of the issues that they've highlighted for their members that are likely to come up at the next session. So that is a critical source of information that I think will be very helpful for you as you look at what's going to happen in the next session. We have been meeting with the governor-elect's transition teams over the last week or so to smooth that transition to that peaceful transition of power. What a concept, right? So it has been productive, and the governor-elect staff, our transition teams, are asking great questions about the budget process. So I certainly appreciate that. The governor will make appointments and agency heads in the next probably few weeks. It'll be important to watch who those people are because it'll give you some indication of where the governor-elect may be headed as it comes to leadership in his administration. And then finally, what I would say is that governors often pursue fiscal policy decisions in office that will mirror their campaigns. So I would look at what the governor-elect ran upon in the fall to give you some indication of where he might be headed once the General Assembly convenes in January and February. So that is what I was going to present to you this morning. I would be happy to entertain any questions you guys might have at this point.
If you have any questions, please put them into the chat. We have just a few minutes. Well, Mr. Flores, it appears that you were very thorough. And so thank you so much for your years of service. Thank you for your nonpartisan service. We really do appreciate that. And we thank you for all of the information that you shared, and good luck with what's ahead.
Well, thank you very much. And I hope you guys have a good session today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker should be no stranger to you. Chris Piper was appointed Commissioner of the Virginia Department of Elections in January 2018 by Governor Ralph S. Northam after spending most of his career in elections and governmental ethics. He is currently a board member of the National Association of State Election Directors, Vice Chair of Electronic Registration and Information Center, which is ERIC, you may have heard of, Chair of the Election Assistant Commission's Standards Board, that's the EAC, an advisory board member of the Election Official Defense Legal Defense Network, and a member of the Bipartisan Policy Center's Election Task Force. Mr. Piper leads the Department of Elections with a focus on election security and the uniform applications of laws, regulations, and policies, and defending the integrity of the Commonwealth's elections at a time when the administration of elections in the country is under more scrutiny than ever before. Welcome, Commissioner Piper.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Appreciate being here once again. Big fan of the league, and we've worked so well together over the last 4 years. So appreciate the partnership that we've developed and appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. First thing I'm going to cover is just a recap of the election, not the results, but the actual administration of the election. You know, we once again conducted a pretty smooth election here in Virginia. We had about 30% of our total turnout, if I'm remembering correctly, 30% of our total turnout voted early, either in person or by mail. We saw a greater, you know, obviously that's gone up over the years. It wasn't quite as high as what we saw in 2020, but with the pandemic and the vaccines, I think more people felt comfortable going in person on election day. However, the interest in voting early, either in person or by mail, has, excuse me, has really been a success. Here at the department, and I think you'll find with registrars and electoral board members across the state have found that it is a blessing to have the ability for folks to come in and cast their ballots ahead of Election Day. And importantly, they get the opportunity to resolve issues as they come up. So the biggest issue that we found coming into Election Day and on Election Day was simply something that we weren't expecting, which is an incredible turnout for a gubernatorial election. To give you an idea, it looks like we hit first of all, we were 3.2 million voters compared to 2017, where we had 2.7 million. And then we had well over 50% of the eligible and registered voters turn out to cast their ballots. And this is in contrast, again, to 2017, but consistently, we have seen since 2017, a higher participation of our voters participating in the election. The percentage of voters turning out on election or for each election has gone up significantly and surpassed similar elections prior to the advent of the motor voter bill, which when we saw we saw in '96 a significant decrease in the percentage of eligible voters simply because more people had easier access to register to vote. But now we're starting to see those numbers being met again prior to the '96 motor voter enactment here in Virginia. And so it's pretty exciting to see the participation continuing even beyond 2020. We always see a decrease in a gubernatorial year, but to see the increase over what we saw in 2017 is really exciting. So the big problem we had on Election Day is in some of our localities where turnout has traditionally been low for gubernatorial elections, we saw a pretty extensive turnout. And so in at least 9 localities, we had shortages or absolutely running out of ballots. Luckily, the registrars in these localities were well prepared. They were able to print new ballots, get those to the precincts, or they were able to shuffle from other precincts. So really not a big deal, but something that we had to deal with on Election Day. As far as the smoothness of the operation, we had a very good day on Election Day. We didn't have many changes coming into this year. We typically, what we were able to do in 2021 was the changes that were made for temporary adjustments in response to the pandemic were actually enacted in July of this year. And so we were able to utilize those again in 2021. What that was essentially the drop-off locations, as well as, the drop-off locations were the big ones that we were able to utilize. We had prepaid postage for those who requested absentee ballots. And then we enacted a law that allows for print disabled individuals to request an electronic ballot, similar to what our overseas and uniformed citizens can do in order to ensure that they get a ballot back on time. So good things happening. Want to put your attention to the things that are going to go into effect later this year. This is legislation that was passed in previous years, but not going into effect until this year. Pre-registration of 16-year-olds will go into effect this year, as well as for the general election in 2022, same-day registration for voters. So we'll still have the cutoff 21 days out from the election, but individuals who appear on Election Day will have the opportunity to register right there and be able to cast a ballot, assuming that they're eligible and their application is approved on Election Day. So we'll be working through that and preparing for that come the 2022 general election. Also, ranked choice voting has been the law of the land for a while. we're going to be able to make this change in our current voter registration database to allow for localities who wish to utilize ranked choice voting the ability to do that. The regulations have been reviewed and passed by the State Board of Elections. So it's really just a matter of getting our database up and running. Speaking of our database, we were awarded federal funds, but also some state funds to replace our legacy voter registration database, otherwise known as VRAV. We are in the final stages of the RFP process. We expect at some point in early 2022 to announce the vendor award and the process that we'll be going through to implement our new voter registration database. So that's very, very exciting. We also got an idea from the great work that the league has done over the years with the Governor's Challenge, which we are continue to work with them this year and the governor's office. But with regard to what we're doing, we actually reached out to high school social studies teachers throughout the Commonwealth, asked students to propose new names for our database. So we have gotten the responses in, and the judges are reviewing those responses. And later in or early in 2022, we'll announce.
Don't do that.
Name. All right. So those are big things coming up for 2022, but this is the pre-session legislative breakfast. So talk a little bit about legislation that we anticipate. You've probably already seen SB 3. This was something that was proposed last year and was referred to a work group that the department put together on precinct reporting. So as it stands right now in Virginia, we are required by law to separate out early votes from mailed absentee votes and from the precinct votes on election day. So you had essentially three different methods of reporting, or three different buckets of reporting. There's also the post-election ballots that come in postmarked by election day, but also received through Friday after the election. So actually, when we think about it, it's four buckets. What legislators have asked for and the general public is asking for is all of those absentee ballots, whether they're by mail or early in person, that they be reported back to the precinct from where the voter is actually registered, rather than in a big absentee or early voting bucket. And so the Department of Elections convened a work group over the summer. We put together a report that was submitted last month. It's now December, so it was last month. And our recommendations, we have several recommendations of how to implement precinct level reporting for absentee and early voting. So we'll expect to see legislation. We've already seen the legislation for that. Also, the league was involved in working with the witness signature during the height of the pandemic in 2020. And we, by court order, removed the requirement for a voter who is voting by mail to have a signature for their witness. This was not required in the elections, the primary and the general election of 2020, and then the primary election for 2021. This was not required. But then, of course, the state of emergency was lifted in July of this year, and that again, that lifted the signature requirement. Well, required the witness signature to be there again. But over the summer, the General Assembly had asked us to convene a work group similar to the precinct reporting, and we did that, and we sent a report last month to the General Assembly regarding our recommendations for the witness signature. And we didn't make a specific recommendation of alternatives to the witness signature, but we did provide alternatives that other states have used, which include signature matching or providing additional information such as the last four digits of the social security number and the date of birth on the outer envelope. Of course, all of that would be behind a privacy seal. But those are different ways that we saw as options for Virginia to implement some alternative to the witness signature. The other thing I fully anticipate seeing this year, again, is looking at our risk limiting audits. Currently, the law is pretty broad and not very specific, but we do know that risk limiting audits that we've conducted here in Virginia have been smashing successes, and that they do really inform the public about the safety, security, and fairness of our elections. So we anticipate to see some language coming out about risk limiting audits. And then perhaps we'll talk about, I know that the governor-elect talked about making the Department of Elections or the State Board of Elections an independent body separate from the executive branch. Currently, the commissioner is appointed by the governor. So the idea here is some similar legislation that we've seen in the past would be to separate that out and make the board a supervisory board. In other words, they would be responsible for hiring the head of elections here in Virginia. So we'll see some language in that area, I'm sure. The only other thing I would point out, earlier this year, the General Assembly passed the Virginia Voting Rights Act. This is a pretty historic piece of legislation. It's the first of its kind from a state, especially a southern state, and one that was subject to the pre-clearance provisions of the Voting Rights Act that were eventually discarded at in a Supreme Court case a few years back. But Virginia now is subject to that. So any changes that a locality makes to their polling place locations or any other changes that are enumerated in that law, they have to go through either a 60-day public comment period or to get pre-clearance essentially from the Attorney General's office. But the big part about that that I wanted to focus on is what came with that is a $300,000 appropriation for voter education and outreach. And then when the General Assembly came back in the summer, they appropriated an additional $1.5 million for voter education and outreach. So we worked very hard to get the word out about how we administer elections here in Virginia. We had several radio commercials, television commercials, and op-eds that appeared around the state, and we felt that that was very successful. So hopefully we'll see some continuation of that. We have a lot of work to do to reassure the electorate that the elections here, especially in Virginia, but across the country, are safe and secure. And so hopefully we'll see some movement in that direction as well. That is all I have for you today. I thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you, and I hope you have an excellent time here today in the pre-session, and I hope next time we can all get together in person. But with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Piper. We have several. You answered one, but we do have two questions regarding threats to election officials. Have you seen this? Because it's, apparent in some other places.
I've seen it around the country for sure. We escaped any sort of specific physical threats to voter registrars and to the staff here at the Department of Elections. That said, we did spend a lot of time this summer and in the fall preparing. We worked with the Department of Homeland Security and our law enforcement partners on physical security. We did communicate quite often with the FBI for any instances that may have led or been a subject of concern, but we did not experience any specific physical threats to any specific individuals here in Virginia, which I am incredibly grateful for.
Right. Knowing, of course, that only Virginia and New Jersey have these off-year elections, can you tell if our turnout numbers, this increase, how does this compare to other states? Is it something that's across the board?
Well, I believe our turnout percentage was higher than New Jersey. But New Jersey experienced an increase in their percentage of voters over their previous gubernatorial election. It's hard to say because most states do have gubernatorial elections either during a midterm or presidential election. So it's really hard to say, but I will say, it's pretty impressive, how we're getting the vote, getting folks to come out and vote, here in Virginia. And I attribute that, yes, the political climate encourages a lot of passion, and that's great. But I really would say the amount of work the General Assembly did and the governor did over the last few years to increase access to the ballot is critical to to the success and to the percentages that we've seen. We provide so many different opportunities for eligible voters to cast their vote in Virginia. It's remarkable what we can do. We can show that we can increase access to the ballot without suffering any slight to our security and fairness of our election system.
Thank you. We do have a question. Someone is asking, can you talk a little bit more about how ranked choice voting, a timetable, or how the localities, when will they be able to participate?
So we anticipate having it available for a general election in November. I can't make 100% promises because we also have to do this little thing called redistricting. You may have heard of it.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of work. Once we get those lines, there's a lot of work that goes into making sure that those are in place and ready to roll for the primary that we have in June. So that's going to take up a lot of our time. We're also going to be working on the same day registration. The goal is to be able to allow for any locality that wants to have a ranked choice voting general election that they'll be able to do so in November.
Tell these elite members, the questions are coming in fast and furious. There is a question about the status of whether elections will be held next year, but we know that's a legal situation right now. So that's the lawsuit that you probably don't have any additional comments on, correct?
Yeah, we don't comment on lawsuits,
Right.
but it is out there, so we'll see.
Right. Okay, do you keep records statewide on rejected ballots due to no witness signature?
We have not specific to the witness signature. No, we have a database. The database collects rejected ballots, and we do have a way to track which ones were rejected but cured. So that was the one thing if my head wasn't working this morning, but that was a big piece of what we were able to implement in 2020, and now had a lot of success in 2021. We did have a lot of folks sending in ballots this year that without the witness signature, but we did have a pretty robust cure process, and many of those voters were able to cure their ballots and get it counted.
Okay, we've got a lot of questions. I don't think we're going to have time to get to all of them, so maybe we can just submit them to your office because they are still coming in fast and furious. Any chances for legislation related to pre-certification risk limiting audits?
Yeah, I think that's the ultimate goal there. Yes.
Okay. And just someone asked you to repeat the information about the supervisory board's involvement in hiring people for election oversight.
So previous bills that came in and didn't get through the entire process were to make the state board of elections independent. And there's different forms of that, whether you have 3 members of the board that are from one party and 3 members from another party. There's all sorts of iterations of that. But the main crux of this is it would require the board in a majority vote at least 4 members of the board. So you'd have to have a bipartisan vote to appoint the elections commissioner. And so the board would still be appointed by the governor, approved by the General Assembly, but then the board would choose the elections commissioner, and it would require a bipartisan vote of the elections board, the state board of elections, to remove that commissioner. Those were the bills that have been provided in the past. Right now, the board is advisory. They don't have oversight of the department's activities. So they advise on certain issues like regulations and certification of voting equipment, but they don't supervise the commissioner. So this would be the main change.
Okay, and if I could prevail upon you, I have two others. Can the public get access to the database with rejected or cured ballots, just the numbers?
It would be a FOIA request, but yes, you can just send a message to FOIA at elections.virginia.gov and request information on rejected ballots.
Okay, other states are hollowing out their election apparatus. Does Virginia have sufficient laws, perhaps in the Constitution, that can protect us?
So I guess you're referring to some of the states that have enacted restrictive voting laws. Virginia is obviously very way more progressive in that area. I think that what we've found is that Virginians really like many of the laws that we have seen enacted over the last few years. They've taken advantage of it and are excited by them. I don't anticipate many changes, but I will say that the biggest protection in Virginia is this Virginia Voting Rights Act, which makes it very, very clear that anybody who is eligible under the Constitution to be registered to vote in Virginia should have equal access to the ballot. And that alone is a pretty great protection that we have here in Virginia that is not available in some of the other states that you're hearing about these restrictive voting laws.
Okay, last question, I promise. Do we have numbers on the Sunday voting?
I do. I don't have them in front of me, but we had 29 localities participate in Sunday voting in some form. Some of them were several weeks out, but they coordinated with their community groups on souls to the polls kind of activities. And we saw a lot of success in those areas for Sunday voting. But I don't have the specific numbers on the number of people who cast a ballot, but I do believe it was about 29 localities that participated in some form or another.
Okay, thank you so much, Deb. That's the last of the questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Commissioner Piper, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. And thank you for all that you have done to make the elections in Virginia secure and the results reliable.
I appreciate that. And if there are additional questions, please do not hesitate to send them in my office. We'll get those answered and sent back to you, okay?
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Thank you all. Take care.
Bye-bye. Next up is Denise Harrington. Denise is our advocacy coordinator.
Hi. Hello, everybody. I hope you've had a great winter started or whatever. It's cold or what have you. But we are ready to go, and we've had several meetings, and we're doing a whole lot of things. At this time, I'm going to ask if Joan, if you could share the slides. So while Joan is doing that, I just wanted to say, once again, these are our legislative priorities for Virginia General Assembly session 2022. So next slide, please. Okay, so I wanted to just remind everybody, I received a lot of text or a lot of emails and where are we now? How are we going to do it? So I thought if I reminded everyone, this is a picture of a non-copyrighted image of women suffragettes. And so they're fearless, indomitable womanhood, a fearless, indomitable race by William Rooney. So I just thought that just to remind everybody about our advocacy efforts and how robust we're going to be this session. Next slide, please. So having said that, these are legislative priorities. And our first one again, is automatic restoration of the returning citizens' voting access. And so what this is you can remember last session, it passed as HJR 555 or 272, the right to vote. And so what this is referring to, again, the idea is after someone has served their time, they've paid their debt to society, and they're going to be reintegrated into society, and they're eligible to vote right away at the time, of course, when they are no longer incarcerated. So this would prevent having to go through layers and layers of having your rights restored, et cetera. And we know Virginia is, of course, one of the states that does not have this. So that's our first priority. Our second priority is the permanent removal of the witness requirement on mail-in ballots. And of course, I think Chris Piper has already mentioned about that. And so we are talking with legislators even now in reference to that. The third one, opposition to vouchers and tuition tax credits to private schools or any portability of funds diverted from public schools to private schools. And this is very self-explanatory. We do not know, and we've been told it's a possibility some legislation might be introduced regarding this, but we have made it a priority. Remember, Carol Nagel chaired, and her team worked very well on a study in 2018 about choice schools. So this is not anything. This position that we have isn't new, but we are going to monitor it just in case. And I said that also, and just remember, some time back, the league already has a position on funding the standards of quality for public education. And so this is, again, we think there may be some legislation, and so we are already on top of this. Of course, and the next one is campaign finance reform, dark money slashed, honest ads, full disclosure. Many of you are aware of some of the challenges Virginia as a state has had, to the point we already have a commission. We realize things got started rather slowly, but we already have a commission that is examining this issue and looking at developing some kind of reforms in this area for us. And the last one, we're looking at full disclosure of the flood zones to potential buyers or renters to receive knowledge beforehand as to whether they are about to move into a flood zone. And apparently this is becoming a problem where realtors are not disclosing any information regarding whether houses have been flooded or apartments have been flooded or something of that nature. And so we're going to look at working with some legislators for maybe even some legislation for this, even if it's just the Realty Board, making sure it's getting some kind of policy or legislation in regards to full disclosure. Next slide, please. Now, if you're wondering, some of the first issue in regards to automatic restoration of returning citizens voting access, if you're wondering how we are following this or some of the ideas, remember the League is a grassroots organization. And one of the ways is this particular issue came out of our Voting and Elections Committee, which of course now combines 3 committees, but a lot of our other issues came from the environmental group or any one of our issue groups. And so if you would like to join the League, you can go to that page right there. And here are some of our issue groups and some of the issues that we are working on. affordable housing, behavioral health, childcare, domestic violence, education, environment, gun violence prevention, justice reform, redistricting, transportation and voting, and elections has combined with includes election security and transparency, money in politics, and voter access. And next slide. Next slide, please.
Denise, it was there.
Okay, that's fine. So the very last slide, just before, I just wanted to say one more thing. It's good. I just wanted to talk to you a little teeny weeny bit about constituency advocacy. Do not be surprised, especially as the key point to passing any of this legislation. Thank you. Do not be surprised that the key point to passing any of this legislation will be our advocacy efforts. I know you know about Outreach Circle, but I'm also going to talk to you in that once they name the privileges and elections of folks who are going to be on both sides of the House or the Senate, one of the things we're going to do is we are going to contact you if you live in that particular area. Because remember, we're over 2,000 members strong. So if we contact you and this person is on that committee and you're, Deb alluded to it today and talked about being a constituent advocate. And that's what we're really going to push a lot more this year, especially given some of the changes of the Virginia General Assembly. So if you would like to join us, we have the talking points on all of these issues will be published soon. Many of our issue groups, because we are a grassroots organization, are developing and refining some of these points and looking at research. And so you're welcome to, we'll let you know when that's available. And also, if you missed the advocacy training, you have an opportunity to sign up. You have an opportunity to click here, because I know you have a copy of this particular PowerPoint. And then you have an opportunity, don't forget, Deb mentioned it, I'm going to mention it, I'm sure Joan and everyone else, our women's legislative roundtables. You can come to the Tidewater Room on the 4th floor of the SunTrust building in Richmond to attend. And if you attend in person, just make sure you're fully vaccinated. And the women's legislative roundtables begin January 12th, and I believe they end March 9th. So please, please, please join us. And I forgot to mention, our big day is January 26th. As many of you as can come, that is great. I believe it will be some form of hybrid or what have you, but please try to come to our advocacy or league day. If we have a lot of faces, we know we've been around over 100 years. People know we've been around 100 years, but we certainly need to see you. Your league needs you. Thank you very much.
Great. Denise, there is a question about getting the link to the advocacy training. That is in your PowerPoint, correct? It was on that
Yes,
last page.
in the PowerPoint.
And the PowerPoints, I'll put that in the chat again. The PowerPoints are available. You should have received them when you, the drives with all this information. You should have received them when you got the Zoom link, but I'm going to drop them again into the chat. So you can check them if you have not received it. And there's a question on lead day. Lead day will also be in the Tidewater Room starting at 8:30, just like the regular WLRTs. And that's it. We don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. We look forward to everyone being active in our advocacy because of our reputation and because you're great advocates. So hope to see you. Our next speaker is a great friend to the league. Daquan Marcel Love is the 6th Executive Director of the Virginia State Conference of NAACP. A former member of the NAACP National Board of Directors, Daquan has served in many national leadership roles, including Vice Chair of the Annual National Convention, Chair of the National Youth Work Committee, and as the Chair of the National Youth Work, he led the programmatic oversight of the NAACP's youth and college units across the country. He formerly served as president of the Virginia State Conference NAACP Youth and College Division, where he successfully led a campaign to stop the proposed invalidation of more than 16,000 voter registration applications in 2012. Aligned with Virginia NAACP's intense focus on nonpartisan political and voter engagement for the 2021 election cycle, Daquan brings an unmatched political acumen to the state conference. A former state legislative candidate and political staffer, Daquan has worked on numerous local, state, and federal political campaigns as a fundraiser and strategist. Daquan earned his bachelor's in political science from historically Black Hampton University and his master's in teaching from North Carolina State University. He serves on the board of directors of Profound Gentlemen and New Leaders Council, North Carolina, and is a proud member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, Inc. Daquan is, as I mentioned, is the 6th full-time executive director of the Virginia NAACP, following the likes of former executive directors Lester Banks, Jack Gravely, W. Paul Matthews, Linda Bird Harden, and King Salam Khalfani. Daquan, so happy to be able to welcome you with us today.
Thank you so much, Deb, for having me. Denise, you know, it's always good to be with the League of Women Voters. And before I start and talk a little bit about the relationship between the NAACP and the League, I just want to recognize some folks that I see here from the NAACP. I see our State Assistant Secretary, Karen Jones, as well as I thought I saw one of our branch presidents, Deborah Travis from Montgomery, Radford City, Floyd branch. So I wanted to acknowledge them. And if there's anyone else I missed, just let me know in the chat. But Deb, it is been a great pleasure. We're coming up on a year that I've been here at the Virginia State Conference NAACP, and Deb and Denise have been phenomenal to work with as we work collectively on so many shared issues and values in this Commonwealth, especially in the legislature as we are approaching our legislative session. I am excited. I'm going to share with you a PowerPoint very briefly, and I can send it over to you all, Deb and Denise, afterwards, of our legislative priorities. So if you just bear with me for one moment, I am going to see if I can get this shared and move forward. And let me see if you all can see my screen now. Okay, great, excellent. Oh, and I also was informed Shirley Akers from Montgomery, Radford City, Floyd is with us, so thank you. Before I get into our legislative priorities, I want to say this. You know, the NAACP and the League of Women Voters are two legacy organizations that have been around for many years. And, you know, in the year 2021, there are a lot of folks around that, you know, like to say a lot of things about organizations that are as old as our organizations are. But here's what I have learned as the state executive director of the Virginia State Conference and leading the day-to-day operations of the work of our more than 110 units, over 32,000 members in this state, is this. Being a legacy organization means that we have built a reputation around getting results for the people who we serve. And so as we approach the 2022 legislative session, understanding the unique challenges, unanticipated challenges, and the various variables that we are going to face over the next few months in not just protecting the gains that we have made, but advancing new gains for our people, let us be mindful that the League of Women Voters and the NAACP are uniquely positioned, uniquely qualified to go into rooms with these legislators, because we have a brand and we have brands that legislators know and trust. Legislators know when they get a call from the League of Women Voters, when you show up at the Pocahontas building and you have 5 folks going in to meet with a legislator and you tell them that the League of Women Voters wants to ensure that we protect the voting rights gains that we've made over the past year, your voice and just the name League of Women Voters and the NAACP is going to make a difference. So let us be mindful of the power in our respective organizations. Let's not lose sight of it, and let's continue to work together. And I don't know about you, but I'm fired up and ready to go. Just a few weeks ago, our state executive committee, which is made up of 45 dynamic grassroots volunteer leaders across the length and breadth of this Commonwealth, passed our legislative agenda. And actually, you are all the first group outside of the NAACP to even see what we have put together. So you all are very, very privileged in that regard. As you know, the NAACP's mission is to ensure the political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights for all Americans and to eliminate race-based hatred and racial discrimination. A little bit about our structure. The Virginia State Conference is the governing body, and we have 110 branches. Those are our adult branches, like the Richmond City branch, the Chesterfield branch, Alexandria branch. And then we have youth councils for those under 18. I'm sorry, those under 25. And then we have college chapters on several college campuses. And at the state conference level, we oversee that work. We coordinate that civil rights activity within that regard. Our agenda, as you know, ranges from education, healthcare, housing, economic development, environmental climate justice, race and justice, as well as voting rights and political representation. In this presentation, we're going to talk a little bit, we're very high level with our priorities this year, not getting into specific bills just quite yet. We're really waiting to see what comes out. We're also, as you all know, we work very closely with our friends at the Legislative Black Caucus, and historically we have made sure that our agendas align. And so once they have their retreat and we have our conversations with them, we'll provide additional documentation with specific bills and specific bill numbers, all that good stuff. But for education, we too want to advocate for legislation ensuring that every Black student and every student of color is able to pursue a free, high quality, equitably funded public, someone say public pre-K and K-12 education, followed by diverse opportunities for accessible, affordable vocational university education. We too have some concerns with the privatization of our public education system, and we're also working with our friends at the VA on that. In the area of housing, because this has been a particular issue in the last couple of years, advocating for legislation allowing for Virginians to have access to affordable housing, protections from evictions, relevant and timely information on tenant landlord rights and responsibilities, and to be free of discriminatory practices. We do firmly believe that housing is a human right. In the area of healthcare, we will continue to advocate for legislation resulting in the elimination of racial and ethnic inequities that exist within our healthcare system that undermine communities of color, their life opportunities, and their ability to contribute fully to the common good. Of particular note, we are concerned with the funding for local public health departments. That is something of great concern, and we're going to be advocating clearly and specifically on that as well. Environmental and climate justice, there's so much going on with clean energy. We actually don't believe that this is going to be an area where we're going to have as many battles as we had anticipated, understanding the uniqueness of the understanding that there are two chambers in the legislature, and understanding that dynamic, we feel fairly confident in environmental climate justice, but we are always advocating for intentional legislation and policies upholding that individuals have the right to a clean environment free from polluting facilities, safe, affordable, renewable, clean energy production, resilient and updated energy infrastructure, sustainable communities, an uninterrupted energy service. Predominantly Black communities, communities of color, and low-income communities bear the brunt of the impacts of unhealthy, energy inefficient, and disaster vulnerable buildings. And we're also looking at energy refunds as well. As you all know, race and justice is extremely important. I'm going to summarize this by basically saying this: we are working firmly to make Virginia better for Black and brown folks, and making sure that we can eliminate race-based hatred and racial discrimination, especially where it is codified, and really working with legislators to understand the concept of equity versus equality through that legislative lens. And so what that means for us is that even legislation that some may consider bad, right? We want to be able to have conversations so that it's not worse, right? Let's make sure a legislative win doesn't always necessarily mean that a bill is firmly passed or a bill isn't passed. It's about getting in those pieces of legislation bits and pieces that we want or don't want added or removed. Workforce, labor, and economic empowerment. We see this as a critical area where there's likely to be a lot of new regulations and legislation. So we continue to advocate for safe and affordable housing, diversity and inclusion in business hiring, and fair protection practices. Procurement is going to be an area where there's likely to be some rolling back, and that's where you're going to see us rolling forward with our advocacy efforts. Eric Joan liked when I said that. Yeah, I see. Absolutely. When they roll back, we roll up. We're going to roll forward, and that's the job of the NAACP and the league, as we're advocacy organizations. Voting rights and political representation, just as the league is nonpartisan. We do not endorse or support candidates for office, but making sure we have free, open, and protected access to the vote, fair representation at all levels of the political process. And so that's our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much work to do. And I am delighted that the NAACP here in Virginia since 1935, nationally since 1909, has been at the forefront of civil and human rights. But moreover, it is so good to have great partners like our friends at the League of Women Voters. And when I say partners, I really mean that. I mean the fact that Deb sent me an email the other day. Hey, I had a conversation with another organization. What are your thoughts on this? That, this may be something good for the NAACP. May not necessarily be good for the league. This might be good for us, and vice versa. Having that relationship, that partnership. Denise has been critical, very helpful with civic engagement. And I just want to take a quick aside. I know I'm 3 minutes over, but hopefully you'll forgive me. I could not have been prouder of the work that the league did over this past election. And I know that some may focus on election outcomes, like who wins, right? But I think, the league and the NAACP are unique in that we are nonpartisan. And so as I share with folks, it doesn't matter who gets elected to office. We want to make sure people go out and exercise their right to vote. And the NAACP, and I'm going to toot our horn for a second, the NAACP spent over $2 million in Virginia, resulting in historic Black voter turnout. The League of Women Voters, your efforts to register voters, your efforts to educate voters, your efforts to mobilize our communities prove fruitful, maybe not necessarily in the way that folks are thinking of, but when we think about voter turnout overall in the communities that you worked in, y'all did the darn thing, and you should be proud of yourselves. And sometimes we've got to take a step back and we've got to toot our own horns. And so if there's an organization's horn that needs to be tooted this morning, it is the League of Women Voters, because you all have done the work, you're doing the work, and I'm so glad to stand alongside you and partner in this phenomenal work as we work to make this Virginia better for each and every one of us all. Thank you, and God bless. I will take any questions that you all have.
Well, there is one, we're a little bit over, but if you could give us a 30-second on the question about funding for health departments. Is that one of your priorities?
Yeah, so we want to make sure that funding for local health departments is not reduced. We don't think that we're going to be able to get it increased, as we know that COVID is disproportionately impacted our communities, and we also know that those local health departments were and are the first line of defense. And $500,000, $250,000 can truly make the difference as it relates to COVID response on a local level. And so we want to make sure that funding for local health departments is not being reduced, particularly in areas where there are high minority populations.
Great. Deb?
Daquan, thank you so very much. And Chuck, I see that your hand is raised. If you will please put that into the chat. And if anyone else has any questions for Daquan, Daquan, would it be okay if we email those to you and get a response?
Absolutely. If y'all email me, that's fine. Deb, you're more than welcome. Also, my staff person, Joaquin Ross, who's our civic engagement director, is on. And so I'm going to ask him to put his contact information in the chat, and he'll stay on for a little bit longer to answer any questions. I do have to hop off, but I am so grateful to be with you all today.
Daquan, truly do appreciate your partnership and, dare I say, friendship, because I really do feel that we have a close working relationship, and I so appreciate you. So thank you again for joining us today, and we look forward to working together in the session, because I know we will.
Well, a lot of good work to do. So thank you again. Y'all take care and be blessed.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
We are a little behind schedule, and that happens on these because I think we have a great group of partners and an engaging membership. So if we could take a 5-minute break just to give everybody a quick bio break, we will have to start back at 10:22. That puts us just a little bit still behind schedule, but gives us all a quick break to take care of anything we may need to. And Austin, we'll have you start us at 10:20 if that's okay.
That sounds good. Thanks, Deb.
Okay, great. All right. And we are back. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us for the League of Women Voters legislative pre-session. Our next speaker is Brian Graham. He's the legal counsel for Campaign Legal Center. And since joining Campaign Legal Center in 2016, Austin has worked closely with local stakeholders to strengthen campaign finance laws and regulations in states and cities around the country. He received his JD from William and Mary Law School. And I can tell you that we have met personally with Austin, and we've appreciated his focus on Virginia. So Austin, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Deb, for having me, and to the League for inviting me to give this presentation. Again, I'm Austin Graham, and I work with Campaign Legal Center. We're a 501c3 nonpartisan nonprofit group based out of Washington, D.C., and we work to advance democracy through law in the election law space and kind of all the issues that relate to elections. But today I'm going to talk about campaign finance in Virginia and opportunities for legislative reform of the money in politics process in the Commonwealth. So I have a brief presentation I'm going to show you all to kind of go along with what I want to talk about. So, there are really three potential reforms for Virginia's campaign finance laws that I'm going to touch on today. The first is contribution limits. The second is disclosure requirements. And then the third is public financing for election campaigns. First is contribution limits. So right now in Virginia, there are no limits on the amount or the source of contributions that candidates for any office in Virginia can take. So for example, as an individual, I could give $1 million to a gubernatorial campaign, more if I wanted. Same thing if I have a business, I could contribute directly from my business funds as much money as I wanted to a campaign for a legislative, statewide, or local office in Virginia. Similarly, Virginia doesn't impose any limits on the amount of money that political parties or state registered PACs can receive in connection with a Virginia election. And Virginia is pretty clearly an outlier at this point. There are really only five states in total that impose no limits on the size or the source of contributions. And along with Virginia, Alabama, Utah, Oregon, and Nebraska have similar laws, but everywhere else there are some restrictions on either the size or the sources of contributions that can be made to candidates. So with that background in mind, there are some options for how Virginia could go about instituting contribution limits in its elections. Typically what we see is that contribution limits vary for different public offices. You'll see here, I've laid out kind of the national averages across all the states for what gubernatorial candidates and then legislative candidates can take. This data was put together by NCSL, but that's for the last election cycle that we just went through. So you'll see the limits are pretty reasonable. And oftentimes those are divided between primary and general elections. So for example, a candidate for governor could take $6,000 from a donor in the primary. And then in the general election phase, he could also take $6,000 again from that donor. But other places do it by the entirety of the election cycle. So, that 6,000 limit would be over the course of the whole campaign. It just depends. And either approach works, but that's kind of one of those nitty-gritty details that are hammered out in the legislative process. Another common type of contribution limit we see are actually source restrictions. Oftentimes those take the form of either a lower limit or a total prohibition on contributions from corporations or labor unions, as well as certain highly regulated entities. And by that, I mean groups like public utilities, Dominion Power in Virginia, for example. And then businesses or individuals that have won contracts with the state government oftentimes are prohibited from making campaign contributions either during the bidding process and or during the life of their contract with the government. And I'll note real briefly that really to ensure the effectiveness of contribution limits, it's important that along with imposing limits, there are also restrictions on the ability of candidates' campaigns to coordinate with their outside support groups like super PACs. And by coordinate, I mean sort of in-kind support that is provided in direct cooperation with a candidate's campaign. So, in addition to introducing hard limits on the amount of money campaigns can take, it would be important for Virginia to also look at really comprehensively defining and restricting the amount of coordination that can take place between campaigns and outside groups that support them. The next issue I want to touch on is disclosure, particularly in the case of organizations that do spend money in Virginia politics, but don't necessarily qualify as political committees or political parties under the state law. As an overview of the current law, right now, organizations that aren't political committees but make independent expenditures in Virginia are required to file a really short 2-page form that basically describes the expenditure and the amount of money they paid, but that form requires no information about the sources of funding behind those non-PAC organizations. And when I say independent expenditures, I'm really talking about election spending that is made by organizations other than a campaign or a political party, and that is made legally independent and separately from the campaign or without coordination with the campaign is kind of the jargon in campaign finance. Excuse me. Another sort of gap that exists in current Virginia law is that independent expenditure reporting right now is limited to communications and expenditures that expressly advocate for or against specific candidates. And kind of that term express advocacy means really overt appeals to vote for or against a particular candidate. Here's, typical examples are something like vote for or vote against, John Smith for governor. But outside of that express advocacy, there are really no reporting requirements for, issue ads that may touch on kind of a legislative topic or just sort of an issue of public policy concern, but also name candidates. But in referencing those candidates, the ads don't contain, explicit appeals to vote for or against the candidate in an upcoming election. And then for political advertising disclaimers right now, Virginia law does require the inclusion of a basic paid for by statement that identifies, the sponsor or the source of the ad. That'll be, the name of the candidate or the PAC that paid for the ad. But there is no requirement for these ads to also include information about the big donors behind that sponsor of the ad. So there's kind of a critical piece of information and context that's missing when you see political ads in Virginia right now. So with current law in mind, I've identified 3 what I view as priority disclosure reforms for Virginia. The first one is to ensure that groups that spend a lot of money on independent expenditures are required to identify the original sources of the money that they spend in Virginia elections. And when I talk about original sources of money, I mean either individuals or businesses that aren't passing along donations originally provided from someone else. They're either donating if it's an individual, their income from employment or perhaps investment income, or if it's kind of a corporate entity, they're donating their proceeds from their business revenue. The second key reform for Virginia would be to expand the types of expenditures that are subject to disclosure. I mentioned earlier that right now, independent expenditures are limited to payments that expressly advocate for or against a candidate. We have seen both at the federal level and a lot of other states, additional kinds of election spending or candidate-related spending subject to disclosure. A common type of expenditure, in federal elections that have to be disclosed are what are called electioneering communications. And these are paid public communications that reference or name a candidate, but don't necessarily include express advocacy and are publicly distributed within 60 days of a general election or 30 days of a primary. At the federal level, if a group spends over a certain amount of money on electioneering communications, they have to file a disclosure report and in some cases identify their donors. And then another kind of expenditure that Virginia could also regulate would be what we call PASO communications, or paid communications that promote, attack, support, or oppose candidates, but again, don't necessarily have to include the express terms of electoral advocacy. And then the third disclosure form, real briefly, is the introduction of top donor identification requirements on the face of political advertising. So what we're increasingly seeing, especially in states, is that to go along with that paid for by statement, political ads will also have to include an additional disclaimer that lists either their top 3 or their top 5 sources of funding above a certain amount of money, such as like $1,000 or $5,000. And we think that's a really key piece of information to go along with, the ultimate spender of the money, where did that spender get its money? And, when you're viewing an ad, to kind of have that additional piece of information, I think really helps to inform about kind of what are the sources behind this, what are the ideologies and motives behind this advertising. And then the last reform I want to talk about is public financing. And for those not familiar, when I say public financing, I mean basically voluntary systems that many states have set up for candidates, where candidates receive public funds for their campaign in exchange for abiding by special limits and rules on their campaign activity. Some of those typical limits include like lower limits on contributions they can accept, requirements to participate in debates, and then sometimes caps on their overall campaign spending. So right now, Virginia does not provide public financing in any form for any candidates. But many states do, and many localities especially do. Most recently, New York enacted public financing in 2020. And New York's program is what we call a matching fund system, where basically contributions made by state residents to participating candidates in the public financing system will be matched at a certain rate with public money. I believe in New York, it's like 5 to 1, and for various rates depending on the size of the contribution and when it's made. But and just a couple of important caveats for public financing is that, you know, these systems have to be voluntary. You can't compel candidates to participate in public financing. The Supreme Court has, you know, very clearly said that, you know, that cannot be a requirement. And then also, these programs can't directly or indirectly penalize non-participating candidates for their spending or outside group for making independent expenditures in connection with the race. And then in terms of options, I think the General Assembly could do a couple things on public financing. The first being, it could enact a program for candidates for statewide and or legislative office. We've seen, you know, some of the states that have public financing programs only make those available either for candidates for governor or candidates for the legislator. It just depends. And then kind of the other alternative would be for the General Assembly to authorize localities, cities and counties in Virginia to create their own public financing systems for local office candidates. And we saw this happen in Maryland in 2015, where the state legislature signed off on allowing cities and counties in Maryland to create public financing options for their candidates for county office or city office. And I think kind of a benefit of the local option would be it wouldn't necessarily have to come out of the state's, the General Assembly's treasury funds. It would come out of kind of the locality sources of revenue. So there's kind of financial flexibility there about the source of money that would be behind this public financing program. And that's really all I have. There's more information available on our website about all these policies for those who are interested in hearing a little bit more. And if we have a little time, I'm happy to take questions.
You know, we have a few. We'll try to go through these quickly. Can a state limit contributions for individuals, PACs, et cetera, from other states?
We have seen that kind of policy enacted where there are different limits for in-state contributor versus out-of-state contributors. I believe Alaska had that kind of differentiated contribution limits for in-state versus out-of-state contributors, but it is the kind of thing, because you're kind of imposing different limits for different sources, it can create some legal concerns. And I believe that Alaska was sued over their law, and I'm not sure the outcome of that case, but it isn't super common, but we've seen it before.
And there's a question about, are there any bills being sponsored to push limits? And there's also a question about limiting campaign funds, how they can be used, like, you know, it's childcare versus your mortgage.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this upcoming session about what's being planned, but we did see some contribution limits bills in the last session. Unfortunately, they didn't have a lot of movement, but we did see that. And then I'm really glad someone asked about limiting uses of campaign funds, because that's kind of another hole in Virginia's law right now, is that there aren't clear restrictions on the personal use of campaign funds by candidates or treasurers of political committees. And I think it's really important to create legal guardrails around how exactly campaigns can spend money that has been donated to them, and protecting against that money being used for kind of as a personal slush fund for a candidate rather than actually going towards helping them get elected.
What constitutes big for independent spenders? And do other states have the requirements that the top 3 donors to an organization be identified in ads?
Yeah, and you know, big is kind of I guess that's a subjective term, but when I'm talking big, I mean, you know, in excess of $1,000, certainly, $5,000, $10,000. I think that gets us into the kind of interest areas that can justify requiring these organizations to abide by really comprehensive disclosure requirements. And then regarding top 3 donors on political ads, yes, there are a number of states that have enacted that kind of policy. I know Washington State has, California has, I believe Maine and Massachusetts have on the East Coast, and there are a number of localities that do it as well, a lot of them on the West Coast, but it's an increasingly popular policy.
Who would enforce new regulations regarding disclosure, et cetera?
Right, so if we kept Virginia's kind of existing system, it would be the Board of Elections is sort of the oversight body for campaign finance, and they are the ones who issue administrative regulations to go along with the law. Right now, the Board of Elections is somewhat limited in its capacity to actually pursue potential violations with enforcement actions. Outside of certain reporting violations, the Board of Elections has to refer potential campaign finance violations to either the State Attorney General or the Commonwealth's attorney for the relevant district to really pursue an investigation and civil or criminal enforcement action. So, to go along with the kind of the substantive policy reforms I've talked about, I think it would be really important to look at kind of beefing up the enforcement authority of the Board of Elections and the Department of Elections, which is kind of its administrative arm.
Okay, and finally, Deb, this is the last question. On the Joint Committee report, there's a question about the status of that. And how do you feel about the Joint Committee being authorized to continue its work?
Well, yeah, I really hope they do. I think that the Joint Committee was able to make a good start this fall with kind of their initial hearings, and we're still waiting on their final report. But I think it's really important that that the work of that committee continues, so we can really compile a thorough legislative record about the need for these different reforms in Virginia campaigns.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Austin, thank you so much. We are optimistic that we can get some laws passed in Virginia bipartisanly. We have heard about a little bit of support. And to remind members who are interested in campaign finance that we do have a study working on that. And so please get involved with the issue group that's working on that. So Austin, thank you, and hope to get to work with you in the upcoming session to get some of these legislative fixes put in place.
Great, thanks, Deb, and thank you all for having me today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Koziel. He has worked for over a decade in the housing and world, working on a variety of housing-related topics, including access to opportunity, affordability, mortgage, lending, foreclosures, employment, health, and transportation. He has served as a consultant to local governments across the country, helping them to advance equitable housing policy. Brian holds a master's degree in urban and regional planning from Virginia Commonwealth University and resides in north side of Richmond. Brian, welcome.
Welcome. Thanks for having me. Good to be with you all this morning. Going to share my screen real quick. To present. So I am the executive director of the Virginia Housing Alliance. We work on increasing access to affordable housing and ending homelessness across the Commonwealth. And we do that through advocacy, education, and capacity building. And we offer, several annual conferences, training, and educational opportunities for our members throughout the year, and then operate or administer an AmeriCorps Vista program in which we place AmeriCorps Vista members at affordable housing nonprofit organizations across the state to kind of help continue to build the capacity of the nonprofit sector. I mean, there has been an affordable housing crisis for many, many years in Virginia. And I think the past 2 years with the COVID pandemic has just kind of revealed the severity of it. And these are just kind of a couple bullet points from some information that we've put together. Stagnant wages, I mean, aren't keeping up with the rising cost of housing, even with the increases in the minimum wage. We're still looking at, a wage of $20 an hour or $42,000 a year to rent the average 1-bedroom apartment in Virginia. And we obviously know that this varies geographically. Northern Virginia is much more expensive than Southwest Virginia, but wages are also higher in Northern Virginia. So on average, we have a known identified shortage of about 150,000 affordable units available to our very lowest households across the Commonwealth. And that results in an identified, about 6,000 individuals who experience homelessness on any given night across the Commonwealth. And that actually should not say in Richmond, that's across the Commonwealth. And one of the things that we've come to find is that, how, just kind of to reiterate how severe this issue is that the length of stay in homeless shelters pre-pandemic was about 30 days, right? So somebody was experiencing homelessness and they went into a shelter. It took about 30 days to find them stable housing. With the eviction moratorium and the rent relief program, of which Virginia is, the highest performing state in the nation in distributing those funds, kind of the externality of the success of that program is that evictions are down significantly. And what we're finding is that people are unable to exit shelter into housing because that system relied upon people being evicted in order for people experiencing homelessness to find housing, right? So for somebody to exit a homeless situation and get into stable housing, someone else had to be evicted. That's, at the very lowest end of our housing market, that is the very harsh reality. Currently, the length of stay in homeless shelters is about 100 days. It went from 30 pre-pandemic up to 100 days. So we are in the middle of a full-blown crisis. And we are working to address some of those issues. One of the biggest things that the Housing Alliance has advocated for a long time is the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And the Housing Trust Fund is really the predominant production mechanism in the Commonwealth to build affordable housing. It's currently split. 80% goes to development and 20% go to homeless reduction grants. As we continue to grow this pot of money, we'll be able to do more and more with it, and continue to tweak the program and requirements as we grow the fund. But our request for the governor's outgoing budget is to increase funding to $300 million over the biennium. The current budget is $55 million. So we're asking for $125 million in 23 and $175 million in 24, being very careful to work with our state partners, as well as our our members and nonprofit and for-profit affordable housing developers to responsibly scale up the investments so that we can continue to go back to the legislature with really good numbers and performance measures, right? We are also working on establishing a state rental voucher program. We have submitted a budget request for $150 million to kind of go full bore into a full-scale rental voucher program. This would largely mirror the federal voucher program with some, I think, opportunities in Virginia to leverage the success of the rent relief program and kind of the capacity that was built in administering that program, along with some, I think, interesting technological innovations to distribute those funds, but really trying to make those, that program as low barrier as possible. We're still kind of waiting to see how the incoming administration shakes out and how the committees, look to really kind of establish or figure out which direction we want to is most viable to take that program this year. We have long been supporters of permanent supportive housing, which is a support permanent housing model with wraparound supportive services. This funding goes through DBHDS in their PSH program, and we are supporting their full budget request of over of an increase of $37 million over the biennium. Their current base budget for this year is $34 million, so this is about a 50% increase each year. And again, they are very, very responsible in kind of scaling these programs up each year. But those funds go to the PSH programs for individuals with serious mental illness, and then the state rental assistance program for individuals with developmental disabilities, and then pregnant and parenting women. And the total amounts there, that 13.9 million in 23 and 23.7 and 24, encompass those three programs. SMI is by far the largest funded program, but they are, we're advocating for about, I believe it's about 1.5 million for the pregnant and parenting women permanent supportive housing program. And then finally, kind of working in conjunction with a lot of these is the Housing Opportunity Tax Credit, which we helped stand up last year. It mirrors the federal low-income housing tax credit. It's a production tool. In Virginia, we have set aside 10% of those new units for permanent supportive housing. And so we're actually producing about 240 or 250 permanent supportive housing units each year. And if we can get the opportunity tax credit kind of fully funded, we can increase the number of permanent supportive housing units significantly each year. That is all I've got, but happy to answer any questions.
Well, looks like you were very complete. We don't have any questions. Thank you.
That's great.
Brian, thank you so much. We do. Oh, there's one question, and I think you probably answered this briefly. What is DBHDS? I'm
sorry, I should have. The affordable housing world is a world of acronyms. DBHDS is the Department of Behavioral Health. And Human
and Human
Services. Yep,
Thank you so very much.
absolutely. Thank you all.
And Brian, I suspect you will be in contact with our affordable housing issue group, and we can look forward to perhaps the opportunity to work on some of that legislation with you.
Yes, look forward to it.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are going to switch speakers here because of time constraints, and our next speaker is Luis Aguilar with CASA. I have an extensive bio for Luis, so let me cherry pick here. And he is the executive director of CASA Virginia. And some of the victories that he has worked on in the Commonwealth are driver's license for all Virginians, in-state tuition for all Virginians, regardless of immigration status, increasing funding for instructors to support English language learners, and increasing the minimum wage. At the local level, this progress includes in Prince William County, ending the anti-immigrant 287G program, universal representation in Fairfax County, direct financial assistance in Fairfax County to those excluded by the CARES Act, ending the intergovernmental service agreement between ICE and the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center, and updating the general orders of the Fairfax Police Department. Luis began his relationship with CASA as a community member seeking support with his deferred action for childhood arrivals, which is DACA, applications shortly after the program's implementation. He has grown from a volunteer to serving as a temporary promoter to CASA's Virginia lobbyist in Richmond, to managing electoral programs in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Virginia, and now leading CASA's vision in Virginia. And Luis has partnered with us in our redistricting work and census work through our mutual partner, Virginia Civic Engagement Table. And we are so delighted to have you with us today.
Thank you so much, Deb. And thank you, Joanne, for the invitation, and Amanda for making the time shifts. First of all, thank you all for tuning in and getting ready for the legislative session. I think it's a small group. Everybody is invested in politics, especially in Virginia, Northern Virginia, because we're so close to DC. But it's so important. It's so important how it impacts everybody's lives. I'm going to share a bit about CASA and then share about our legislative priorities. CASA, when it was founded in 1985, the acronym used to stand for Central American Solidarity Association around 36 years ago. This was founded in the basement of a church in Maryland to deal with the influx of Central American refugees fleeing civil war. From a services organization, it got transformed to a community organization. And then the third pillar that got added was to do political advocacy. CASA is a nonpartisan organization, 501c3. We're a membership-based organization with 120,000 members across the region. It has now become a national organization because we just recently expanded to Georgia. So we're in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Virginia, and Maryland. In the past 7 years that CASA has been here in Virginia, our legislative priorities have been to focus on immigrant justice and working class justice. In the previous years, we worked very hard to push, for example, access to driving privileges or driver licenses, in-state tuition, so education equity for all, making sure that undocumented students had that access, and increasing the minimum wage. We were part alongside several unions in fighting for that increase to minimum wage. Before I talk about the defense or offense, I'm going to talk about what were some of the priorities and continue to be some of the priorities for the organization. For us, pre-K for all is a big priority, making sure that 3- and 4-year-olds have access to that. We know at the federal level that is part of the conversation for the Build Back Better bill, but we also believe at the state level there can be some investment in that We also believe that the state can do a lot more to invest in after-school programming. We see it a lot with the immigrant population. There are very few programs, even in the bigger counties such as Fairfax or Prince William County. There is very little that is being done for immigrant and working class folks, especially the youth. So we see that as a big problem. Healthcare is one of the biggest issues. Within our office, in any given week, we see about 100 people. And the last 100 people that have come to our office, for example, I would say that over 95%, looking at our data, do not have access to healthcare, and much less dental or vision. So they don't have access to healthcare. This is a big issue. While the expansion to Medicaid expansion was great, a lot of this stuff does not apply to our community members. So we were glad in the past years to work with Delegate Elizabeth Guzman to make sure that passed through the budget access to healthcare, prenatal care for undocumented women, regardless of immigration status. As far as so healthcare for undocumented children was something that we were pushing for this legislative session. As far as economic justice, assigning funds for workforce development programs, regardless of immigration status, that is something that we want to be continuously working on, regardless of who is in power at the state and at the governor's office. We also want to remove the farm worker exclusion from minimum wage. Again, this is something that may become more challenging now. We don't know the fate of the minimum wage process, but we're still hopeful. Increasing the minimum wage to $15, that continues to be our goal. We will continue fighting that. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we have an impact when it comes to climate justice. This is something that we're looking at it more at the local level in Fairfax County and Prince William County, specifically from the lens of transportation. This is something that we were very focused on, and so we want to make sure that we do that. Now, when we're talking about defense, regardless of who is in power, we always advocate for our members and the community members that we serve. That has been clear to us, but also the political reality is also very clear. When we started in Virginia, the makeup was 66-34 in the General Assembly, and this was about 7 years ago. And so when we try to push forward the driver privilege card, it was actually sponsored by a Republican delegate, Bob Bloxham. However, the bill never made it past subcommittee, and in 1 or 2 years, it actually died in the subcommittee. So the study for this bill was commissioned to the DMV, was actually done through advocacy, requesting it from Delegate Villanueva and the Transportation Committee. So this study produced 2 bills, one of them which became policy. And so the driving privilege card is to have impact in 270,000 community members. And this community members, out of those, 40,000 in this past year have obtained their driver privilege cards. So if you take 40,000 times $50, that's the economic input that the DMV has actually obtained. The DMV, we know that it was not well when it comes to its financial. We know that this supports the Commonwealth. So beyond giving equity or giving access to driving privilege cards to community members who are undocumented, actually it's financially sustainable for the DMV to proceed to doing this. One of the policies that is going to be implemented the 1st of January of the upcoming year is the identification for all as well. So this is just a regular ID that many of us take for granted that we can go and get access. Undocumented community members will have access to this in Virginia. They will have to provide 1 year of taxes, just like the driving privilege card. So we want to make sure that we maintain this policy victories. We want to communicate the impact with legislators, regardless of the party. And we want to communicate to them that this has been impactful. For us, this means ensuring, for example, that the DMV commissioner stays on because he is the one leading the implementation. This also means that legislators in both sides of the party, in both sides of the aisle, see the economic and the social impact that this brings, as well as the public safety element of of the victories that we have had. So we are, but we're also not blind to which party has been most helpful in advancing these policies. We know that a Democratic majority has allowed us to achieve these victories, while a Republican majority has detained and derailed in the previous years. But we are coming at this with again, with a nonpartisan lens to speak to the impact that this is having in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we want to articulate and communicate that to legislators so that we continue building upon that. So those are our priorities. Again, they stem on education for all, increasing education access, healthcare for all, and making sure that community members continue to have those rights that many of us take for granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Joan, are there any questions?
No, there are not. Thank you.
Luis, thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you in the next session. Thanks. Our next speaker, Joan, help me out here. Are we switching?
We are
one more
going to go
time?
with Amanda, and then we're going to go with Audrey. Audrey does have to leave at 11:20, so we're going to do these too fast.
Gotcha. Thank you. Amanda, thank you for your flexibility. Amanda is the National Programs Director for ReflectUS, the only national cross-partisan coalition accelerating women's representation by maximizing the collective efforts of people and organizations committed to women's political leadership. She is a macro social worker passionate about social justice with more than a decade of experience in program development, project management, and nonprofit leadership. She has previously worked with the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance, Virginia Organizing, the Virginia Interfaith Center for Public Policy, Housing Opportunities Made Equal, among others. Amanda ran for Virginia State Senate in 2019, and has a BA in Political Science and Philosophy from Virginia Tech, an MS in Patient Counseling from Virginia Commonwealth University, and Master of Divinity from Baptist Theological Seminary of Richmond, and an MSW concentration in social work, administration, planning, and policy practice from Virginia Commonwealth University. She lives in Chesterfield with her husband and 2 kids and remains active in political and community issues. I will add that we have also been partnering with Amanda and ReflectUS in a number of monthly webinars. Amanda, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you so much. And sorry, I know my bio can be a mouthful, so appreciate you reading that. So I'm Amanda Pohl. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you all and give you a little bit of a presentation, help you understand some of our policy priorities for Virginia. So as Deb mentioned, we are ReflectUS, and we believe that more women in office equals a stronger democracy. It means that we will have a more effective and stronger democracy. ReflectUS is 8 organizations, and we come together to form this one coalition. And as Deb mentioned, we're the only national cross-partisan coalition that accelerates and maximizes the collective impact of coalition members, people and organizations working to expand political leadership of, by, and for all women. And I tell folks that, we are a 501c3 organization. We're nonpartisan, but we work in this cross-partisan space. So we've done a comprehensive strategic plan over the last year and understood that one of the things that was missing in the women's representation movement is this idea that we need to work together across parties and really understand that we're stronger together. So trying to figure out how we can do that and build a women's representation movement in that manner. So from that strategic plan, we developed 3 program focus areas. And just so you all know, I'm going to move through this relatively fast, but I am going to provide my information for you at the end. So if you have any questions, I'm certainly happy to answer them here, but also happy to answer them by email. And you're welcome to contact me at any time. So the strategic plan that we did pulled out 3 program focus areas that we're going to be dedicated to. And these are our working groups at the national level. We're gathering our national leaders to really understand the needs of this women's representation movement and how do we get there, right? Like we want to have some common goals and figure out what do we do to get there. So we've got some folks who are working on that, this national level. And then we have our state network, which all across the country, we've got organizations like the League of Women Voters in multiple states and other organizations that are working on women's representation in some way, or their issues might intersect with women's representation in some way. And so we want to build connectivity among those state and local practitioners across the country so that we can really maximize those efforts and help understand what the best practices are, what folks have already understood as best practices, what they've developed, and then what we're learning from our working groups and what we're learning from other folks that we're engaged with across the country. And what we're learning from our innovation hubs, which is our third kind of area of work. And that's where we're testing new strategies to accelerate women's political leadership and increase women's representative democracy. And right now we have 4 innovation hubs, is what we're calling them. And these are in Virginia, in Washington State, in Missouri, and in Texas. And Texas was our first one. Virginia was our second, where we're working very deeply, in Missouri and Washington. So in Virginia, as our innovation hub, we have 2 areas of work there. I know I feel like you all heard I have an MDiv, so I kind of feel like a Baptist preacher right now, which is what I did a little bit, where I'm breaking everything down into points. So just bear with me because that's my history here. But we have 2 areas of work in our innovation hub. We have the Leadership Council, which is more of our individual area. It's a cross-partisan group of women who are either in political leadership or they have political leadership ambition. And that could be, if you're a person who maybe you've run for office, or maybe you are a leader in your political party, maybe you serve on a board or commission, or maybe you want to, and maybe you don't want to right now, but you want to at some point. Any of those things can make you a political leader. Maybe you're a policy expert, or you've been involved in campaigns as a volunteer or a staff member. You're a political leader in Virginia. And so we want you to be a part of this leadership council to help us understand what we need to do in Virginia to make sure that more women are involved in that political leadership. And so we've worked with this individual group of women to develop specific goals for Virginia for 2022. And so in 2022, we're going to be focusing on increasing, our main goal is going to be increasing youth perception of women as political leaders, and really increasing that capacity of women to serve in those leadership roles. So doing those groups work simultaneously. And that group really comes from the women who are involved in Leadership Council. They are driving that work. So if you want to be involved, we're happy to have you. And then we have our organizational partners, which is what Deb was referring to. The League of Women Voters is a part of this. This is our capacity building work to increase the number of women in political leadership roles through our nonpartisan action. And we encourage, in 2022, we've decided we're going to encourage gender analysis for all issues. And our partners, we meet monthly. And we've also talked about engaging multiple constituencies, including youth, business owners, parents, caregivers, and more. So if you're an executive director of an organization, or you are a part of an organization in some way, if you're a leader in an organization in some way, and your organization is interested in building women's political leadership, I want to talk to you, because we'd love to have you join our organizational partners here in Virginia as well, join our monthly meetings and talk about how we can do this, and then build some plans and take some action to make this happen. So as far as our priorities for Virginia, we have several of those. And again, I got points because that's who I am. Generally overarching, our whole goal, we want to increase women in political leadership using systemic strategies. What we know is that our organizational partners, our coalition members, the 8 of those coalition members, 7 of those coalition members train women to run for office. That's what they do. And they are very good at it. They are national organizations that train women to do this. One of them does systems change work, and that's solely what they do in their operations. And what we've learned is that we need both approaches. We can't just train women to run for office. We can't just do the systems change work. We have to do both hand in hand if we really want to change this and accelerate women's representation. Right now in the US, we have something like 26% of women at the federal level. And when you get down to the local and state level, that's about, it ranges from 24 to 26%, of women representation. It's really never been more than a third of women representing the US in any given capacity at any level of government, no matter where you are. So it's really important for us to think about that. We've had 101 years of women constitutionally having the right to vote. And yet we've never been represented at more than a third of elected officials. So we need to think about how we're going to get there. And depending on who you ask, it could be anywhere from, at the rate that we're going, it could be anywhere from 60 years to 300 years. So just depending, because different mathematical formulas people are looking at this. So we want to make sure that we're increasing the number of women in political leadership, using those systemic strategies, and also driving people towards running for office and taking those steps forward. So we're wanting to build a cross-partisan women's caucus. We're really looking at that in Virginia as a strategy. We know there are cross-partisan caucuses in Virginia and bipartisan caucuses. We're really trying to think about how we can look at a cross-partisan women's caucus specifically, and looking at what that might look like and how that strategy could work as far as building women's political leadership and undoing some of the systemic problems that have happened in Virginia, and how we could address those problems as women. We also are looking at supporting the use of campaign funds for dependent care expenses. I know that there are a lot of groups out there that have been supporting, especially Vote Mama has been really great with this, supporting the use of campaign funds for childcare expenses. I know that League of Women Voters supported that last year as well, and so did ReflectUS. Really excited about that. We also want to frame that as a larger conversation around dependent care expenses, because we know that while moms are running and while parents are running, and that's really important, we also want to understand that there's also single people who are running who are caregivers for parents, or people who are running who have other dependents that they're caring for that are preventing them from running for office. And I think about, there was a young woman who was running in, she was out in like Rockingham County area, and she ran for city council and had to drop out of the race because her mom got sick, and she had no way, but she was the only caregiver for her mom, and she was the only person who could do it, and she didn't have any funds to be able to provide care for her mom. So that's somebody that I think about when I think about this issue. And then we also want to support actions to increase women serving in appointed leadership positions, so like boards and commissions. And I want to tell you all that we're doing this at the local level, and we want to encourage this at the state level as well. At the local level, we've supported boards and resolutions for local governments to increase their number of women who are serving at this level. And at the state level, we're going to be, hoping that our newly incoming governor will be appointing women to serve, but we'll also be having conversations with elected leaders and folks at the Secretary of the Commonwealth's office to make sure that we're appointing women to serve in these appointed leadership positions. And then that's pretty much all for my presentation. I did put my our Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and then my email address on the screen for you all. And then we'll also make sure that Deb and Joan get that presentation for you all to be sure that you have that so that you all can contact me. And that's it.
Amanda, thank you so much. We value the work that you are doing to improve representation in Virginia. There's also some great data on their website, so please check that out. And we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you. And that website is reflect.us. I'm sorry about that. I should have mentioned that too.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, and I know Audrey, you're on a very tight time crunch, so I'm not going to give you much of an intro at all, so you have plenty of time to speak. Audrey Maligan serves as the mathematical advisor for verified voting. And Audrey, thank you so much. Appreciate your being able to join us today.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I will just quickly talk a little bit about the legislative priorities that verified voting has for this legislative session. We're focusing on sort of one thing, so I think I can go through this fairly quickly. If you don't know who verified voting is, we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that really focuses on the intersection of technology and elections with the goal of strengthening democracy for all voters by making sure that our elections are secure and trustworthy. So what we're focusing on this session is updating post-election audit legislation in Virginia. So Virginia has been a leader in election security by doing the gold standard of post-election audits. They've been doing what we call risk limiting audits as a way to check that the machine tabulations of our paper ballots actually would match what the paper would say if we did a full hand count. So we vote on paper, which is the most secure way to vote. but we do rely on machines to count that paper. And one of the best practices in election security is to make sure that machine tabulations actually match the paper by doing an audit at the end of the election. So this is an additional step in addition to all of the testing, logic and accuracy testing, certification and such that happens before the election. This is a post-election process. So in 2017, some legislation around risk limiting audits was introduced. In 2018, the city of Fairfax piloted this in Virginia. And in 2019 and 20, we saw local risk limiting audit pilots happening across the state. These were coordinated by the Department of Elections. And just last year, we saw, just this spring actually, a statewide audit pilot for the 2020 presidential election. So we have really moved quickly in adopting best practices and getting the state or the Commonwealth ready for making risk limiting audits a routine part of our election processes. So what we're really looking to do is just to bring the code current with these practices that have been happening in the pilots. I do want to mention just briefly, when I talk about audits, we've heard audits in the news a lot. I'm talking about best practice audits. So these are things that happen in a routine, nonpartisan way. I'm not talking about politically motivated audits that we may have seen in other states that are targeting specific cities or demographics that are very secretive. We're talking about transparent audits that are run by election officials that maintain the chain of custody on the ballot. So we're really working towards best practices here and working to get the code up to date with those best practices. If you haven't seen a risk limiting audit pilot, I encourage you to look at some of the information on the Department of Elections website about the statewide pilot. When these, I know we've been living in a pandemic for a while, but when audits and pilots sort of start happening live again, I encourage you to go if you're able to see one in person. But the basic practice is that we are looking at a random sample of paper ballots. Auditors are examining those by hand, and we're comparing those totals with the totals that are reported by the machines. And so I believe we have some handouts that are included in your packets from this event that have more details about that, and I'm happy to provide my contact information if you have questions as well about how the audit is actually conducted. But I do want to note that audits are not new for the League of Women Voters. The League of Women Voters of the United States have been pushing these best practices for a while. And actually your report from January 2009 lists some criteria, including the fact that audits should be completed prior to certification of the vote counts. And that is where Virginia right now differs from best practices. Our audits are only conducted after the election's actually certified. So it makes sense that we would want to do that. We want to check first before we actually certify the election. And now that we've had a chance to do a lot of pilots, general registrars are more familiar with this. We've been working collaboratively with general registrars to talk about how the code should be updated. This is sort of the hallmark of the legislation that we'll be introducing this session. So you can really help by familiarizing yourself, educating yourself and others on election processes and risk limiting audits in general, especially with all the buzz around audits, helping people distinguish between these best practice audits and some of the sham reviews we've seen outside of the Commonwealth, and really just emphasize why it's important that we do these audits pre-certification in line with the League's recommendation so that we actually have justified confidence in our election results. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have by email. Please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Audrey, thank you so much. And I know you have to run. So if anyone has questions, please put them in the chat and we'll make sure that she gets those. Thank you
so much.
And thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Connor Kish with Sierra Club Virginia. He's the legislative and political director. Connor is a veteran of many successful political campaigns and the Virginia General Assembly. Connor served Delegate Betsy Carr as her legislative aide in the House of Delegates for many years and later assisted House Majority Co-Whip Delegate Mike Mullen. In 2018, he was campaign manager for Congressman Donald McEachin's successful bid for a second term in the U.S. Congress. Most recently, he managed Henrico County Commonwealth attorneys Shannon Taylor's successful reelection and later served as an advisor. Connor graduated from Randolph-Macon College with a BA in Political Science and Communication Studies and lives in Richmond. Welcome, Connor.
Thank you so much, Deb, and good afternoon or good morning to everyone. Really glad to be with you and see so many familiar faces. Really enjoy doing this event every year. So as Deb said, my name is Connor Kish. I'm the Legislative and Political Director for the Sierra Club here in Virginia. So basically what that means is I operate all of our administration policy, all of our legislation, strategy, and all of our policy development that leads to when the Sierra Club takes a position on legislation that comes before the General Assembly. The Sierra Club has over 20,000 members here in Virginia, and we focus most of our advocacy, as many of you probably know, on clean energy development, combating climate change, advancing clean transportation, tackling water and air pollution and toxic pollution, among many other topics that we focus on with our staff of about 15 people here on the ground in Virginia. As we head toward the 2020 session, I'm sure many of the speakers before me have mentioned that we obviously have a change in dynamics, which has meant a change in strategy. And so for the Sierra Club in the 2022 session, we really view it is critical that the legislature protect the really important and really landmark legislation that has passed over the last 2 years, making Virginia a leader in clean energy. And the protection of those bills that I'll talk about in a moment is our top priority in 2022. But we also believe there are other opportunities to continue making and advocating for change across these sectors that will both be bipartisan and probably, in fact, nonpartisan in some cases. So one of the things that you've probably heard from the environmental community over the past 2 years is something that we call the VCEA, the Virginia Clean Economy Act, which was a bill passed in 2020 by Delegate Rip Sullivan and Senator Jennifer McClellan, which is the most advanced and significant climate legislation ever passed in the South. And it sets Virginia up to have an entirely carbon-free electricity sector by 2050. Among the other many topics that it covers, it greatly expands the development of offshore wind energy, of solar energy in Virginia. And in fact, it's been so successful already that Virginia is now in the top 5 states in the country in the amount of solar that we are currently developing and replacing carbon emission polluting facilities with. The Virginia Clean Economy Act is very long. It's about 100 pages, a very in-depth legalese. So if you have trouble sleeping, you can pull up the Virginia Clean Economy Act and try and read through that. All that to say, the Virginia Clean Economy Act is very important. And we are putting a lot of resources and a lot of time into making sure that it is not weakened or repealed. In fact, we believe the Clean Economy Act should go further. And so we don't want to see it weakened or like I said, repealed in the 2022 session. And that would be a really damaging path for Virginia to go down. Another thing that you may have heard the environmental community talk about over the past couple of years is something called RGGI, RGGI, which stands for the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. And the legislation that passed in 2020, carried by Delegate Charnel Herring, made Virginia what's known as a member state of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. And essentially, this is a really important program for a couple of reasons. If you're not familiar with it, I really encourage you to Google, take a moment and look up RGGI, because what it does is sets up a carbon pollution limit, essentially. And if you're a corporate polluting industry in Virginia and you want to exist as a corporate polluting industry in Virginia, you have to pay. You have to buy a carbon allowance. And the state takes that carbon allowance and through a preset formula diverts the money to various needs. The most important and the largest chunk of money is low-income community flood resiliency, which provides, so far since we've adopted RGGI, over $100 million. Some people might ask, how does that actually help air pollution? Well, over time, the RGGI program decreases the amount of allowances that the companies can buy. Eventually, it'll go to zero and the company won't be allowed to buy an allowance anymore. So it's both a phase out and a financial win for communities. And just like the Virginia Clean Economy Act, this is a top priority that needs to remain in place. Communities are already seeing significant benefits from the RGGI funding that's arriving. And the third thing that we are focused on protecting in 2022 is the implementation of the Advanced Clean Car Standards legislation that passed in 2021, earlier this year. It made Virginia the first state in the Southeast to have vehicle emissions standards at the state level. And what that means is, to state simply, is more electric cars are going to start arriving on new dealership lots and used dealership lots across Virginia. And the Advanced Clean Car Standards program is set up in such a way that through 2040, we could reduce 48 million metric tons of carbon dioxide from roadways. With the full implementation of Advanced Clean Car Standards. So we are really working to protect that bill in the 2022 session. And the final thing we're working to protect in 2022, before I touch on a couple things we're looking to talk about on offense in 2022, is the Virginia Environmental Justice Act, which was entered into state law in 2020 and defines for the state, for the agencies of the state, definitions related to environmental justice. And it sets the Commonwealth on a course to finally address the pollution that has overburdened disadvantaged communities for too long. And it's really what has led the Department of Environmental Quality to start taking environmental justice seriously and start considering it as a factor in permitting. Unfortunately, if the Virginia Environmental Justice Act's definitions are repealed, then the Department of Environmental Quality will have less of an obligation to not focus so much on the corporate polluters' interests in the application, so much as the members of the community that live there. So those are the four things that we're really focused on protecting in 2022. And then I want to touch just briefly on something that we think really has a good chance of success in 2022, and we'd love to have the League of Women Voters supporting it, which is a bill that you'll see from Senator Barbara Favola that will mandate that every time a new school is built at the local level, a new government building is built at the local level, or a new state government building is built, that the roof be built to hold solar panels. We call them solar-ready roofs. And essentially what happens is schools have the opportunity to put these solar panels on the roofs of their building. And school districts across Virginia are seeing thousands and thousands of dollars in savings on their energy bills by doing this. And that's money that can go right back into the classroom. And there's already the legal framework set up for the school to enter into an agreement with the utility company to put solar on the roof at no cost, at no upfront cost. And so the school can begin immediately diverting the energy costs that they typically spend back into the classroom. And you can imagine how much it costs to power a school district. Sometimes they have 20, 30, 40 school buildings that are massive and large. Sometimes they're very inefficient as well. And that can be a significant savings to school districts. And we believe there's a lot of common ground on this issue because both suburban, rural, and urban schools are looking to save money and find more ways to support their classrooms. And we think that cutting a big dent in their energy costs is something that school districts will really support. So we're looking for and hoping for success from Senator Favola's bill this session. So I will share with Joan and Deb the list of items that I mentioned today so that you all can take a more in-depth look at it and encourage you to research them and look at how they've been implemented so far and why we think they're so important And as you talk to your senators and delegates, please feel free to mention the importance of those items that I just went through, because they are the top focus of the environmental community, and our partner organizations like the League of Conservation Voters and the Chesapeake Climate Action Network and many others will be focused on that list of items. So just really want to thank you for allowing me to speak to you today, and look forward to continue working with you.
Thank you, Connor. We do have a question on this bill you talked about, the Favola bill. One is, what are the odds? Isn't passing an infrastructure bill difficult? And did you say it was just on school roofs? I think you said government buildings too, correct?
Yes, so it would be for any time the government at the local or state level constructs a new building. And then so that would apply to schools at the local level, since the school districts at the local level fund and operate, for the most part, the construction of their facilities. And we think the odds are pretty good. In 2019, I believe it was, there was legislation from Senator Bill Stanley that sort of was a sort of a bedrock foundation for this idea. And there are a lot of both rural legislators and suburban and urban legislators that are being told by their school districts that they need to lower costs and they need help doing that. And we're really hopeful that the pressure from the local level, because the school districts in particular, and the local governments to a degree as well, are really interested in the cost savings, that it'll help push some legislators along towards supporting it.
Thanks, Deb. I don't have any on my screen.
Okay. Connor, thank you so much. We'll be in touch and see about working together on some of those legislative priorities. So thank you
Thanks,
again.
Deb.
All right. Our next speaker is Andrew Goddard. He was born in England and received a degree in mechanical engineering from Trent University in Nottingham. Andy's main career included 20 years of international humanitarian relief and development, working and living in a number of developing countries, including Kenya, Somalia, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Egypt. When not living overseas, Andy has also worked for 8 years in North Carolina and Georgia as a design engineer and project manager. He moved to Virginia in 2007 with his wife Ann and their 2 children. His interest in mental health issues as well as gun violence prevention came about as a result of his son's injuries sustained in the Virginia Tech tragedy of April 16, 2007. Andy is now the legislative director of the Virginia Center for Public Safety. He also served on the board of the Virginia Behavioral Health and Developmental Services and was the first board chair of the National Gun Victims Action Council. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the League for inviting me to. Actually, you invited my colleague, Laurie Haas, but I'm a last minute stand-in. I hope I'll do as good a job as she would have done. We worked together very closely over the years. As many of you have heard me speak before, this is the next session will be my 15th year. That includes 12 years of getting absolutely nowhere. And then 2 years, 2020 and this year 21, where we got 50 bills passed in the General Assembly in an attempt to reduce gun violence, which is a significant advancement. Obviously, if the election had gone a different way, my presentation today would be very different. But as it stands, we expect to be back to a defensive posture this year. Some of the bills that were passed in the last 2 years sessions are going to be under attack. So we're going to be playing defense against repeal or serious weakening. In general, it's not the tendency of the General Assembly to outright repeal bills. They generally go for the slow death by 1,000 cuts. So we expect them to start the process of trying to de-escalate or to defund or qualify some of the suggested bills that we've passed in the last couple of years. Obviously, the most important one will probably be to go after local control. That seems to be a very serious thorn in the side of the gun rights organizations. though we've not had any problems with local control so far, and we haven't had enough local control to be able to determine any benefits yet. But they'll probably be trying to reduce the ability of localities to control firearms in their areas. We also expect to be targeted the substantial risk protection order, which passed, which has actually already been evaluated as being successful in reducing deaths. But we believe that they will be attempting to remove the ability of family members to initially contact police about these things. I don't know how they could do that, because it should be a right for anybody to contact the police in a situation where they believe someone's in imminent danger. But we'll be watching for that. Another area which we expect to happen is when we passed universal background checks, we uncovered a loophole, or exposed a loophole which we knew existed, whereby 18 to 21-year-olds in Virginia were being able to buy handguns, despite the federal standard being you had to be 21 or older to buy a handgun. They were doing so in private sales. Of course, now that all private sales have to go through a background check, those people were being failing the background check because of their age. There may be some attempt made to circumvent the federal law on age restriction for handgun purchases. They'll probably try and repeal or reduce the one handgun a month by removing or adding certain classes of people who are exempt. We expect some change possible in the carrying of firearms on Capitol grounds or in the General Assembly building. That could be a very strong attempt by the other side to do that. To be honest with you, we haven't been there for the last couple of years in person, but I look back to the times when I've sat in a very small subcommittee room, and someone behind me has had an AR-15 laying across their knees, pointed generally towards the back of my chair. And I have to admit that I don't feel particularly comfortable about that. And I think sitting in a room with a group of people of different opinions doesn't really improve when some of those people are armed. So what are we going to actually try and do? We are going to try and get something done, but obviously the House will be very difficult, as will the Senate, and of course the governor will do what he wants to do. We'd like to still emphasize safe storage. Safe storage of firearms is critical to reduce deaths for children, other family members, to reduce theft, which then fuels the black market for firearms that end up in the hands of people who couldn't get one by the normal process of purchasing it. We think that the gun violence is a sufficiently serious problem in Virginia. The numbers go up every year, that we should have some sort of a department looking into gun violence prevention that looks at what the realities are, who is dying, why are they dying, who's being injured, why are they being injured, who's doing the violence, and what could be done to reduce it. And if the government could be involved in that in some way, we think it would be a great step forward. On a personal basis, I would like to see some limitations placed on what I call paramilitary activities. There's been a tremendous rise in armed groups around the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth, that describe themselves as militias. They are, of course, not militias, because to be a militia, you have to be under the control of the governor. These are unregulated paramilitary groups that report only to themselves. And I believe if they just play around play soldier in the fields and have a fun weekend, I have no problem with that. But when they come in mass to the Capitol or come in mass to Virginia, to Richmond during the General Assembly or at any other time and march around the streets wearing military uniforms, armored, bulletproof bulletproof clothing, and carrying substantial weapons that would be much better seen on a battlefield, that is not what we would consider to be non-violent activity. It's very intimidating. We have not been able to hold our Martin Luther King Day vigil for the last 2 years, primarily because of groups not just from Virginia, but from all over the state, all over the country, that have been invited by Virginia groups to come armed to Richmond and to parade around the streets. And that is not constitutionally protected. You cannot intimidate people like that. And I'd love to see some acknowledgement of the fact that you can't just get a group of people together and arm yourselves and then decide that you're going to take political action, because that is not in the Constitution. If you want to make a militia, you want to help the governor in times of emergency, fine, but you have to be under the control of the governor. So I won't go much further than that, but I want to point out that this year we'll be having our vigil probably electronically, the way we are today. My notes are a little hastily drawn here. I want to, of course, remember at all times when we're talking about gun violence, the greatest death rate is from suicide. And suicide is an issue which few people want to talk about, but it really drives a lot of our thinking, because that is where we could see the best return on activities, and safe storage is a very important part of that. I'd also think that we may see the perennial concealed carry without a permit. 6 states, this is a wave that is sweeping across the US. It's kind of odd because carrying concealed weapons is uniformly illegal, and yet the seems to be that carrying a handgun is now considered to be a right, not an illegal activity. The permitting process does allow us to know who is the background of the person that is going to carry the gun concealed. It also allows for a modicum of training. So if we do away with that and just say anybody wants to carry a gun hidden in their person or anywhere they want to travel, that's very dangerous. In fact, 6 states gave in this year and have abolished their permitting process. And in all 6 states, gun deaths have risen. We've had a huge increase in sales of guns in the last couple of years. The gun lobby has told us for many, many years that if more people could carry more guns in more places, gun deaths would decrease. Well, now more people are carrying more guns in more places and gun deaths are increasing. So that's put the lie to that silly nonsense. What we want is responsible gun ownership, and we should be able to have responsible gun ownership and still have protections against irresponsible and unauthorized violence. So with that, I think I'll call it quits. And if there's any questions, I look forward to being able to come to one or two of your roundtables and talk about specifics when we know what bills are in play. And thanks again for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you. We have 2 quick questions. There's some talk about prioritizing the repeal of the red flag law. Is that grandstanding, or do you think that might happen? And someone asked to please name those 6 states that you just mentioned, if you can. Or you can email it to us.
I can email it to you. Sure. As I've said before, the likelihood of an outright repeal is very low, especially with the red flag law. A lot of people are using that around the Commonwealth, and it is being seen to be useful. So an outright repeal is unlikely. What they'll probably do instead is just start the process of what we call Swiss cheesing the bill digging holes in it until eventually there's more holes than there is cheese, and the whole thing collapses under its own weight. But we've got to stop that from happening. The origination of this protective order is not something that is being misused. There is no evidence that it's being misused. So the argument that, oh, this is going to be used by people to get some family member or some neighbor, disarmed, it's not taken place so far as we can see. So the argument is we just don't like it. And that's the argument they're probably going to have to stand on.
Okay, that's all I've got, Deb.
Okay.
Andy, thank you so much for your continued advocacy, and we have appreciated your partnership in this work to try to make Virginia a safer place to live. So thank you. We do look forward to seeing you in the upcoming session.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Traci DeShazor. She's a native of Danville and a two-term Deputy Secretary of the Commonwealth and Director of African American Outreach. And Traci has quite an accomplished list of study, and I hope I don't have this in the wrong order, but she completed her MALS degree in Justice and Legal Studies at Hollins University. She holds a Bachelor's of Arts in International Studies from Virginia Tech and is a graduate of the Women's Campaign School at Yale University, Virginia Commonwealth University's Minority Political Leadership Institute, and the Sorensen's Institute's Political Leaders Program, and entering her second master's degree program this spring, or I guess you've already done that, pursuing a degree in public administration and policy from American University. Prior to serving as Deputy Secretary of the Commonwealth, Ms. DeShazor served as the Deputy Director of the Virginia Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, and in this role worked as a federal liaison between the Commonwealth, the Virginia Congressional Delegation, the White House, and other states and territories. And on March 1st was appointed to a 90-day post as Director of Vaccination, Community Outreach, and Engagement. I'm sure that's not an exhaustive list of your accomplishments, but we are so delighted to have you with us today, and welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. I truly appreciate that introduction. So you're right. I did step into this role for the first time on Monday, June 20th, 2016, after first being appointed by Governor McAuliffe and having served as the Deputy Director of Intergovernmental Affairs in his Washington, D.C. office, alongside some other governors' representatives. I loved it up there, so I had the opportunity to be across from our colleagues in New Jersey and beside our colleagues in Delaware and Massachusetts and Maryland. And so a wonderful opportunity to serve in that way. And then I got a bit of a promotion. And so I was appointed to my current post, and then of course reappointed to the role in December of 2017 by then Governor-elect Northam. Now, you see, the Office of the Secretary of the Commonwealth, we're incredibly unique in scope. While we don't oversee any agencies, we oversee a number of divisions, ranging from service of process to extraditions. We facilitate the board appointments process on behalf of the governor and make upwards of 1,000 appointments annually. We commission notaries public and assist individuals in authenticating documents for foreign use. We facilitate tribal relations and lead the governor's community outreach and engagement efforts. We oversee the Virginia African American Advisory Board, the Virginia Asian Advisory Board, the Virginia Latino Advisory Board, the Virginia LGBTQ+ Advisory Board, and the Virginia Council on Women. We oversee the restoration of civil rights and pardons processes or executive clemency on behalf of the governor. We serve thousands of constituents weekly, connecting them to important services and resources. Now, during Governor Northam's administration, we've brought forward more than $77 billion in new capital investments. We've generated more than 100,000 jobs, allocated the largest financial reserves in Virginia's history, been named the best state for business in back-to-back years, becoming the only state to do so. We've invested record amounts in public education, expanded access to healthcare, early childhood education, and free community college. We've delivered universal broadband and clean energy investments and delivered vaccination rates in the top 10 of all 50 states. And we've made voting a little easier and a little more accessible. Now, more specifically, we've worked to really center equity and alleviate, or elevate rather, the voices of Virginia's historically excluded communities through direct action. We have restored the civil rights, including the right to vote, to more than 112,000 individuals, coming only second to Governor McAuliffe, my former boss, who restored the civil and voting rights of 173,166 individuals. Not that we're counting, but that is nearly 300,000 re-enfranchised individuals. We've issued nearly 700 pardons, which is more than the last 9 governors combined, including the Martinsville 7. We've made historic board appointments. Of all of our appointees, 21.2%, or 624, are Black Virginians. This is more than 6% greater than the next closest governor. Nearly half of our board appointees have been women, and we're on track to set a record of having appointed more women than most other Virginia governors, in fact, the most. We stood up the Virginia Commission on African American History, Education, and the Commonwealth. We made and implemented changes allowing our teachers to teach a more accurate and comprehensive account of our Commonwealth's storied history. We stood up the Virginia Commission to examine racial inequity in Virginia laws, made and implemented changes to strike racist and discriminatory language, laws, and policies from Virginia's books. We took down Robert E. Lee, a relic of the past that never should have been erected in the first place. We facilitated the first ever Black History Month and Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month K-12 historic marker contest, allowing us to further advance and tell our stories. We commemorated the arrival of the first enslaved Africans, supported Fort Monroe as it became a site of memory by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. We relaunched the Governor's Environmental Justice Council, recentering historically excluded voices in the fight. We joined with Maryland and DC to begin the process of honoring the family members and returning the gravestones to the proper burial site of those once interned in the Harmony Cemetery. We have invested in the preservation of Black history by supporting the Northern Virginia Urban League's former Freedom House Museum, which was once an infamous slave pen, the Black History Museum and Cultural Center of Virginia, and Black cemeteries across the Commonwealth. We have erected a historic number of historic markers dedicated to telling more comprehensive stories. We dedicated one in my hometown of Danville. We dedicated one recently in Richmond's historic Westwood community, and to also recognize the historic church in that area. We've erected historic markers for civil rights leaders and attorneys Oliver Hill and Spotswood Robinson, Mildred and Richard Loving, who reminded us of the importance of love beyond the boundaries of the law and the color of one's skin. And while these efforts are all significant, this work has been deeply personal to me. Since stepping into the role of Deputy Secretary of the Commonwealth, I've helped push our communities forward. In 2016, as I stepped into my role, I immediately joined Secretary Thomason, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, in our historic Restoration of Civil Rights Initiative. Again, since that time, 300,000 individuals being re-enfranchised, but we're not counting. Later in 2016, I helped spearhead the governor's inaugural African American Business Summit, bringing together more than 300,000 business leaders, entrepreneurs, and state agency representatives, allowing them to network, better understand how to pursue contracting opportunities with the state, build, grow, and scale their businesses. In 2017, we then again focused on restoration of civil rights, and we organized the governor's Restoration of Civil Rights and Returning Citizen Resource Fair, hoping to connect returned citizens to important state government and local community resources. Also that year, we decided to host the governor's inaugural Women's Summit, bringing together nearly 300 women from across the Commonwealth. And finally, as we closed out Governor McAuliffe's administration, we leaned into efforts, unfortunately, to respond to the tragic events that took place in Charlottesville. But out of that, we created the Commonwealth Commission on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. We stood up a Millennial Civic Engagement Task Force, making clear barriers to civic engagement for students on Virginia's college campuses, like their voting precincts being separate, right? And being split on those campuses. As we stepped into the Northam administration, I worked to create the role of Special Assistant for Advisory Board Administration, enhancing the administrative and logistical support of our boards. In 2018 and 19, we supported the formation of the Virginia African American Advisory Board. In 2019, we revamped and rebranded our Constituent Services Office, making it the Governor's Office of Constituent Services and Community Engagement. Rounding the corner in 2019, in addition to rebranding the office, we also faced challenges we didn't anticipate. But rather than turning away from those challenges in 2019, we stepped into them. I led the governor in a series of community conversations with Black Virginians across the Commonwealth. The conversations were bold, they were unfiltered, and necessary to move us forward. Later that year, I helped lead the effort to develop the role of Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer and served on the search and hiring committee for the nation's first ever cabinet level Chief Diversity Officer. In 2019 and 2020, I helped lead our 2020 census outreach efforts and formed the Virginia Complete Count Commission. And during our COVID-19 epidemic, I was able to be a part of the Health Equity Working Group and the Access and Functional Needs Working Group before stepping in to lead our statewide vaccination efforts. Most recently, I shared with you that we've been able to actually posthumously pardon the Martinsville 7 as well. So you're probably wondering, where do we go from here? What is left to do? Well, I will say this: change doesn't happen without challenge. And as we prepare for our upcoming legislative session, we imagine that there are going to be just a few challenges. But our work doesn't stop. We intend to run through the finish line, and we will turn the lights off on January 14th, 2022. But before we do that, you're probably wondering, especially when you think about our work on clemency and second chances, restoration of civil rights and pardons, how do we keep this work going? One of the things that's most important to recognize is that we are doing everything that we can not to leave work on the table. We are working to help as many people as we can because we recognize that too many people have been incarcerated and have egregious sentences. We recognize that a blemish that happened 10, 15, 20 years ago is not a full and comprehensive representation of who that individual is today. Right? We recognize the importance and the power of rehabilitation and believe that that is what our criminal justice system should be for. Not solely punishment, right? But how do you ensure that people are rehabilitated? So I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't leave you with a few asks. So when you think about restoration of rights and the next steps, and we think about that constitutional amendment, right? That we've been focusing on, that we know we're going to be dealing with in just a few weeks. I think that it comes down to education. So how do you as an organization, how do you as leaders in your respective community lock arms with as many like-minded organizations as possible to speak with one voice? What we know happens during our legislative session is that groups come in, and we appreciate those advocacy days, but a lot of the work has already started. So how do you engage beyond just session? How do you engage before we get to section? And how do you lock arms with those organizations, perhaps some of those boards that I mentioned in my remarks, to speak with one voice and to elevate this as a concern and a priority that we move forward? When you think on pardons, remember, that's just a little different. The governor has the sole discretion to act on those set pardons, but we know that there are individuals that we may not get to, unfortunately, certainly not for lack of trying, but how do you keep their stories elevated and at the forefront? So again, we encourage you to lock arms with those organizations that are trying to tell those stories and trying to seek justice for those individuals. Again, we know that change doesn't happen without challenge, and so my charge to you is that get ready for the challenge. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Well, yes, there are two questions about restoration. Is there a backlog for the returning citizens? And basically what can be done or what will be done? Will the governor keep these restorations going until the end of his term or increase?
Wonderful. Thank you so much for both of those questions. So as I shared, we're going through the finish line. Our work does not end until Friday, January 14th, 2022. To clarify, the Office of the Secretary of the Commonwealth actually stays on one additional week into the incoming administration. And so Secretary Thomason and I will be here to support the incoming Secretary of the Commonwealth and his or her team for an additional week. So our work will conclude on Friday, January 21st, 2022. Now, legally, right, because we have that transition of the inaugurations on January 15th, we will keep doing our jobs until 5 p.m., right? Until we can no longer, not even 5 p.m., maybe until that next morning when the governor-elect actually takes his oath, right? So we're going to keep working and running through that finish line. So our efforts, not just on restoration of rights, not just on clemency, our efforts on everything continues. We don't stop anything, and that's what the continuity of government is, right? We want to ensure there are no gaps in services for individuals seeking our support and assistance, and so that will continue. Now, the first part of the question was about any backlogs. There's no backlog on restoration of rights, and so just so we're clear, there's no backlog on restoration of rights. Now, what we do is we do work strategically, right? We like to work a little smarter and not harder. And so we tend to wait until we get a group of individuals either seeking to have their civil rights restored or because we have a two-pronged process, remember? So individuals can proactively contact us to have their rights restored. You can call us, you can email us, you can complete the contact form and mail it to us. You can send a courier pigeon. We don't really care how you reach out to us. Just reach out to us. That's the first way in which you can seek to have your civil rights restored. The second way is we actually work directly with the Virginia Department of Corrections. DOC proactively sends us a list of individuals that have been released from incarceration. We proactively begin the process of restoring their rights. And so again, it's a two-pronged approach because our goal is not to leave anyone behind. We know that if you're being released from DOC that maybe you've been lost, from years before, or maybe you never served necessarily in DOC, but you still had that felony, you still had that blemish on your record. And so we take that approach. Now, we do try to wait till we get a good group of people so that we can, again, work strategically to review those individuals to ensure they meet the governor's criteria and we can actually restore their rights, but there is no backlog. And there will not be a backlog when we conclude our work in January.
Thank you. Another one came in. How do we find out the localities that may have the most need for restoring rights? How do we locate these?
That is such a tricky question. We have been asked that through the years, and that's not something that we can provide because it's individuals' contact information, right? And so we're very mindful of that. Not everyone wants their employer to know that they have this blemish, and so it's not, the contact information is not out there. It's not broken down by locality in that way. However, there is a document. If you all actually go and you look up the reports to the General Assembly, and you can typically do a quick keyword search, reports to the General Assembly. We do submit, and by we, the Office of the Secretary of the Commonwealth, we statutorily have to submit what we affectionately just call SD2 or Senate Document 2. It goes to the General Assembly, and it does have a list of all of the individuals who have received clemency from the governor. And so individuals whose rights have been restored, who have actually been pardoned as well. So that information is available, but not with contact information. Remember, because you wouldn't quite want your phone number, email address, home address out there. And so we do keep that, but it's not organized necessarily by locality or in that way.
Thank you. We have one question about reaching out to the federally recognized tribes. How can the League better reach out to these tribes for working with them, to work with them?
Yeah, I love that question. I love it. And I hope your engagement doesn't stop there. Reach out to our boards too, because we have some great opportunities for collaboration and partnership. So a point of clarification, Virginia has 11 state recognized tribes. And then of those, roughly about half are federally, just over half are federally recognized as well. The tribes that are federally recognized went through an additional process. There's a state process, there's a federal process. They look very different. But just reach out to them directly. The tribe's contact information is located on our website. In fact, I'll go ahead and drop that in the chat for you. We're also happy to facilitate those introductions. If that would be helpful for you all, please do just let me know. Our tribes are wonderful partners, and I think certainly welcome the opportunity for collaboration. And so feel free to reach out to them directly. One thing you should know that our tribes do have tribal chiefs, just a little bit about their structure. Then they have tribal councils, right? So think of the council almost like the chief's cabinet, if you will. And so they do have kind of those two layers of government there. So you have your chief being your CEO or your governor, your leader, your president of the nation. And then you'll have that cabinet, and then you'll have the tribal members. And so we do encourage you to reach directly out to those chiefs, and they'll put you in contact with the most appropriate individual.
Thank you. Oh, we have no more questions, but a lot of people saying thank you so much for your service.
Of course, of course. Thank you all so much for allowing me to join you all. I'm going to hang on for just a little while longer in case anything else comes up in the chat. But you all have been doing the work. League of Women Voters, your name is synonymous with civic engagement, with voting rights. And so you have been doing the work, and we're confident that you're going to continue doing that. We're going to have a bit of a transitional period, but that's okay. We'll be back.
Traci, thank you so much. We appreciate all of your efforts and successes in Virginia that has really made a difference. We hope that you will continue to stay in touch wherever you land in January, and maybe get a very, very short break and a little time for self-care. So appreciate all of your time and work. We will take a lunch break. And if you do have questions for Traci, please put them into the chat and we can send those along to her by email. We will begin at 12:30 sharp. So thank you, and go get lunch. We are back, and I hope that you had a nice break, and we are far from done. We still have some great speakers, and our next speaker is Eileen Reevy from National Popular Vote. Eileen co-founded the grassroots advocacy group advocating for Oregon to pass the National Popular Vote bill in 2016. She now works to apply those organizing lessons in other states as National Popular Vote's National Grassroots Director. She works on building momentum and support for this issue nationwide, and on training volunteers to be organizers and informed advocates for the cause. Eileen is based in Portland, Oregon, and has visited 14 states on behalf of National Popular Vote. Welcome, Eileen.
Thank you very much, Deb, and thank you everyone for having me. I hope you're all doing well. So, we're changing the way we elect the president. It's something that we can do, it's something we should do, and it's something we can do by the end of this decade. So how we're going to get there? Of course, we currently use the Electoral College to elect the president. And within the Electoral College, 48 of our states use these winner-take-all laws, where whoever gets the most votes on election day gets all of the electoral votes from that state. That's what leads to us having red states and blue states, where we already know before the election begins that California, Oregon, and Washington are going to go for the Democratic candidate, no matter how many people turn out to vote. Same thing for North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Montana. Candidates know before the election even begins how those electoral votes are going to go. And this leads to a lot of problems within our system. So number one, 5 of our 46 presidents have been elected after losing the popular vote. And that's because of these winner-take-all laws. And we elect effectively a president of the battleground states of America. It's a dozen or less states every election cycle that get all of the campaign events. They are the recipients of more federal grant dollars, more disaster declarations, and host virtually all campaign events again. We see candidates crafting policies specifically to win over voters in battleground states rather than looking at what's best for America as a whole. And of course, every American's vote is not equal. And it's not just not equal, it's not equal in the only office that represents all of us. And so how we're going to fix that is by moving to electing the president by national popular vote. So the National Popular Vote Bill is a state-based reform of the Electoral College. So what it is an agreement among the states that guarantees the US presidency to the candidate who receives the most popular votes in all 50 states and DC. So it's an interstate compact, and it replaces current states like Virginia's winner-take-all law for awarding electors with a new state law that would say, we want Virginia's electoral votes to be awarded based on who wins the popular vote in all 50 states and DC. And importantly, this bill only goes into effect in all of these states when states with at least 270 electoral votes have been committed to the compact, because that 270 is the number that you need to win the Electoral College. So when we shift to this, it's really going to improve the way that we elect the president. So it's going to make every vote equal. It will guarantee that whoever wins the most votes wins the presidency. It will incentivize candidates to campaign in all 50 states for the very first time. And it will shift the priority to what is best for the entire country when candidates are proposing policies and trying to win votes, rather than what is best for just those people in those key battleground states. And what we also can expect it to do is increase voter turnout. We see voter turnout between 9 and 11% higher in battleground states than we do in the rest of the country, which are those flyover states or safe states. And we think it can decrease polarization, because you're not going to have candidates trying to run to this extreme because they want to win over a certain pocket of voters in a certain state like Pennsylvania. You know, in the presidential and vice presidential debates earlier this year, fracking was mentioned in both a presidential and vice presidential debate. At the same time, wildfires were affecting states that 1 in 5 Americans lived in, and that wasn't mentioned. And it's not because it was just affecting blue states, it's because it was only affecting safe states. So we'll see a shift in the way that candidates campaign and they propose their policies and who gets elected. And we hope this will also help restore legitimacy to our presidential elections, because people will understand the results. They'll say, okay, this candidate got more votes. That makes sense that they're the person who wins, rather than, oh, well, it came down to 3 states, and I think that, you know, one party or the other tried to suppress votes in a southern state, or maybe they tried to falsify and increase the vote in certain pockets of states. Electing the president by national popular vote actually makes our elections more secure. You know, if you wanted to steal an election for president right now, you only have to change a very small amount of votes in a handful of battleground states. In 2000, you would have had to have changed less than 600 votes in Florida to shift the outcome of the election. In 2020, you would have had to have changed less than 22,000 votes in 3 states, and we would have had, again, a complete shift of the election. And it's a lot harder for people to change millions of votes across the country. And so I believe that people will have a better understanding and a better belief in the outcomes of the elections. This bill is already 72% of the way towards happening. So we've passed this in 15 states and DC. It's passed in at least 1 chamber in 9 additional states with 88 electoral votes. So we're going to make this the way we elect the president. We're working in a number of states now, and we'll continue to, including Virginia and your 13 electoral votes. We're considering a ballot initiative in Michigan for the 2022 election. We just announced that about a month or so ago. We're also continuing our lobbying work all across the country. Minnesota, Maine, Pennsylvania, Arizona. I even have grassroots supporters of big groups in Texas and Florida. So everywhere across the country, people are starting to understand that this is a better way to elect the president. And then, of course, in Virginia, we've previously had this bill introduced in 2009, 17, 18, and 19. And then in 2020 was the first year that it passed the House of Delegates. Unfortunately, it did die in the committee in the Senate. It was carried over to the next session, and we were hopeful that we were going to have a committee hearing that fall, but because of COVID, none of those hearings happened. And so as a result, our bill died. Earlier this year, we had 2 bills, one in the Senate, one in the House. We had a total of 29 legislators come on as supporters. The 2 of our key champions in each chamber were Senator Adam Evan and Delegate Mark Levine. Unfortunately, those bills did not move forward. Looking again at this year, we are going to have a bill introduced in the House. We are hopeful to have as many individuals as possible come onto the bill as co-patrons to show the support for the bill, and that we have a lot of support for it within the state. So we're hopeful that we'll have some traction on this year. Obviously, there's a lot of shift of dynamics of what's happened in Virginia, but that doesn't stop us from still wanting the bill to move forward and keeping in mind that this is a national movement. So every state and everywhere where we have more education and more awareness around this issue helps all across the country. So you can help by talking to your friends and family that are potentially in these other states and letting them know that this is something that they can take action on. And then in Virginia, we'd love to have, if any of you are interested in this, presenting to a local civic group or community group and help us increase awareness. We have flyering at events. I think I sent about 5,000 flyers out to advocates all across the state earlier this year, and making sure that people are just more aware that this is something they can take action on. Letters to the editor, op-eds, guest columns, showing up at town halls, talking to your legislators about this all helps us on our path to 270. The quickest way that you can write your legislator is at nationalpopularvote.com/VA. And if you want more information, you can also sign up at nationalpopularvote.com/volunteer to get involved. And so we are looking forward to the 2022 session, and I hope to I appreciate having the support of the League of Women Voters of Virginia, and hope that I'll get to work with some of you in advocating with your legislators on this bill.
Thank you. We have a few questions. One person asked, since the census shifts the electoral votes, what happens if something passes and then that state may lose a few of their votes because of that? Does it then fall into disarray?
It doesn't fall into disarray. So states usually would lose maybe 1 or 2 electoral votes within a census cycle. And so only if we were right at 270 would it risk it going below that 270 mark. But as advocates for this bill, we're not going to stop when we get to 270. We're going to keep going until we have a very comfortable margin, so that if a state does even withdraw from the compact, or if a state drops a couple of electoral votes, that it won't be affected by that.
There's a question about who is going to carry the bill in Virginia this year.
Yep. So we are still working on identifying the best sponsor in the House of Delegates. But as you saw, we had 22 members before, so we're not worried about finding someone. We're just hoping to pin down the best possible advocates.
And there's 2 questions about when would this be enacted, and basically which states are close to enactment.
Yeah, great question. So most states are not going to be having a long session in 2022. So the states that we're looking at for ballot initiatives and then upcoming in the 2023 session include, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona, Minnesota, Michigan, Maine, and even potentially looking at some other states like New Hampshire and Missouri, or even some of these other states where we have a ballot initiative process, looking at potentially doing that as well.
Okay, thank you. Deb, I don't see any more from my
Great.
end.
Thanks so much, Eileen.
Thanks for having me.
Our next partner is Susan Burke. And Susan is a member of AAUW since 2007 and has served as the co-vice president for public policy at AAUW Virginia since July 2018. She is a member of the Springfield Annandale branch and a former AAUW Virginia Northern District representative. She is also a member of the Fairfax League. Susan retired from the U.S. Department of State in November 2012 after a nearly 37-year career in nuclear arms control, nonproliferation, and national security policy that included positions in the Department of Defense and State and the former U.S. Arms Control and Disarmament Agency. In addition to her work with AAUW advocating for equity for women and girls, she currently serves on boards of 2 non-governmental organizations focused on national security and arms control. She holds a BA in political science from Trinity College, Washington, D.C., now Trinity Washington University, and an MA in national security studies from Georgetown University. Susan is married and has 2 grown children and 2 grandchildren. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for including us in this wonderful program. As Deb said, I'm one of the co-vice presidents for public policy for AAUW Virginia, and AAUW nationally is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization, but we say we're nonpartisan but political, that is focused on advancing gender equity for women and girls through research, education, and advocacy. And that advocacy includes lobbying and promoting both at the national and the state level policies and programs that would advance equity. And we have focused very intently in the last couple of years on economic security, which has only gotten more important, I think, in the wake of the pandemic. We have several issues that we're going to be focusing on this coming session. We're still trying to decide whether we will have people on the ground in Richmond to lobby, or we will do virtual lobbying like we did last year. But I wanted to focus on 2 of our key issues where we are collaborating with other organizations in the state. And we have found that, many hands make light work, as my mother used to say when she was trying to get us to clean up the dishes after dinner. The first issue is paid sick days. Paid sick days legislation is really critical to Virginia's economic rebound and stopping the spread of the COVID-19 Delta strain. Now we have a new strain, not yet reported in Virginia, but it's coming to a place near you soon, I imagine. We have been working over the last year as a member of the Coalition of Virginians for Paid Sick Leave, or Paid Sick Days, which is under the leadership of the Virginia Interfaith Center for Public Policy. Last year, Virginia's legislature this past year passed the first paid sick days law, HB 2137, sponsored originally by Delegate Guzman, that would provide paid sick days for 30,000 home health care workers funded by Medicaid. It was modest, but not insignificant. It was a start. And in some conversations that we have had with some key legislators, they said it's a foot in the door on this issue. We'd like to see those legislators be willing to open the door a little wider this coming session. So we're continuing to work with the coalition, the Virginia Interfaith Center, and we will see where that goes at this point. We're kind of taking their lead, our lead from them. The second issue that is an AAUW priority as well is the issue of paid family and medical leave. Now, we heard a lot about this in the Build Back Better bill at the federal level, and it has been chopped. It was chopped back from 12 weeks to 4 weeks, and now it looks like, who knows. I think I'm not a betting person, but I'm not optimistic about it in the Senate. But in any case, we can continue to pursue this on the state level. And in that regard, we've been allied with the Campaign for a Family-Friendly Economy, which is making the paid family and medical leave issue a key issue in the coming session. The U.S., we've said it's one of the few developed countries. I think it may be the only developed country in the world that doesn't guarantee extended paid time off. And we're not talking about days, we're talking about weeks. For illness, family care, or parental leave. So it's not just maternity care, and it's not just for women. This is, I talk to young people. As for men, if you're in the sandwich generation, you have elderly parents or young children, and both you and your spouse work, you may both have to take this leave off. So even though AAUW is advancing it, we're trying to make clear it's an issue that affects everybody. And so without these programs, balancing the responsibilities of work and family can be very difficult for employees. And it particularly negatively impacts women who've had to drop out of the workforce because of COVID. And it's making recovery from major illnesses or injuries difficult. And in some cases, we would argue it inhibits the healthy development of children. So again, this is an issue where the pandemic has underlined the adverse impact of having no programs like this for families, especially women. And in Virginia, there is an effort to try to establish a program. And I was delighted to see that Senator Jennifer Boysko has already reintroduced a bill on this. It's SB1. I think it was the first bill introduced, on the LIS, checking that every day. And it's a bill for paid family and medical leave program, Virginia Employment Commission required to establish. There are no co-sponsors or co-patrons yet on the bill, but we are hoping to be a vocal and active advocate for this legislation, which is based on and builds on an exhaustive report that was done by the state last year, published in September 2020, and an actuarial study that's due to come out, and it may have come out, I didn't check on that, that would assess the cost to employees and employers of this kind of insurance-based program. So these are two of the issues that we're going to be really working hard on. And again, as I say, we're working with other organizations in the state because we have found that when we work together with other like-minded organizations, we can add a little bit more oomph to our efforts. And it's good to have partners and collaborators in a positive sense on these important issues. So I'll end there.
Thank you. We do have one question. Is there a women's caucus equivalent to the Black Caucus? If not, would encouraging such help build a more bipartisan spirit in the General Assembly?
I do not know the answer to that. I've never heard of it. So I don't know if somebody else, the league, knows about that.
I don't, Susan, although I know there was a caucus that met at the same time as WLRT, and that may have been something like that, but it's worth exploring if there's not one.
Yeah, I think it's good to focus on that, but I think on some of these issues, my concern personally is that they get swept aside because these are the ladies' issues. And I would argue, and we argue, that these are family issues, and that women are essential parts of they're essential to the economic security of many, many families in the Commonwealth and frankly, nationally. And so just making it look like we're trying to take care of the ladies, I think it helps us to broaden it and focus on the fact that families often have to have, both partners, single families, single parent families, that's one issue. But if you've got a couple that are doing that, I mean, my husband and I, we had to tag team when our children got the chicken pox and each got them in sequence and had them for the longest possible period of time. So we're talking about 3 weeks of having to, and we both had fairly substantial jobs in the federal government, and we had to be home with them because they couldn't go anywhere. When they have the chicken pox between their toes, you can't send them even with socks on. So I know what it's like to, and in the federal government, we had, sick leave and that sort of thing. But I do think that's an issue that it impacts women more severely, but it's something that we need to pitch as something that's important for families in Virginia. And get the men on board with this also as something that is to the benefit. And it's also, we're arguing it's good for business because if without paid sick days, there's statistics that say it costs a lot of money to businesses in losses when they don't have, when they haven't given their employees sick leave. So it should be something that's good for everybody. We just have to be able to make that point compellingly and persuade people who are sort of caught in, I would say, old think. My words, not AAUW's.
Don't have any more here, Deb.
Great. Susan, thank you so much. We look forward to continuing to work with you and AAUW in the upcoming session. Our next speaker is Brenda Cabrera, who is the new president of the Virginia Registrars Association. Brenda is also the director of elections for the city of Fairfax in Virginia. She has worked more than 30 years balancing election security and transparency while advocating for accessibility and voter-centric policies in elections. She's a certified election registrar administration, and as I mentioned, current president of VRAV. Welcome, Brenda.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you to the League of Women Voters for including VRAV on your discussion today. We appreciate that partnership. I personally have an appreciation for the League of women voters in my professional life and just individual relationships that I've developed over the year and working with the league. So I appreciate it very much. As you know, election administrators in Virginia kind of hold a unique position of being charged to be nonpartisan and to implement the laws that are passed by the General Assembly. So in that position, we work to remain neutral, but also provide our best experiential wisdom to the General Assembly and try and provide a path forward for legislation. Sometimes that means helping them understand what they want and what they don't want. Sometimes the language comes and we can tell that they want something, but the language isn't going to get them where they need to go. So we often find ourselves in that position. And we have a very robust legislative committee. Allison Robbins is the current legislative chair, and she will do a great job coming up in the assembly. You may know her as the past president of VRAV previously. So I'm perfectly happy to work with her, and she's going to do a great job. In the upcoming session, we have a couple of things that we're looking at, but we also realize that with the transfer of party ownership to the Republican Party, at least at the governor's level, and then in the House, a lot of our time will be spent responding to things that come up, and we're not real sure what those things will be, although I'm sure we all have ideas on some of those priorities coming up. One of the things that we would like to do, it's our top priority, is to continue the professionalism of the Office of the General Registrar Director of Elections for Virginia. Right now, the code allows for an assistant registrar, and we would like that to change to a deputy registrar. The word assistant creates a lower level of expertise than what is really called for in this position. And no one in an HR department across the state of Virginia really knows what an assistant registrar is and what they do. And they can't relate that to another position in the locality, except maybe an assistant administrator, which is really not the professional level of what our deputies are doing. They have to pretty much know everything that the general registrar knows, and they need to be able to step into those positions. So if you look at a deputy treasurer or a deputy commissioner of revenue, or even a deputy fire chief, or any of the other deputy positions, they have an elevated rank to them that we do not have in the Office of Elections. And we need that, or we're going to lose people. If we are looking at someone who is titled as an assistant at the level of an assistant administrator, that's an entry-level position. That's a big, long reach to go from that position to the position of the general registrar. So this is our priority, getting that changed, the language, getting that changed, and then that allows us to go in as localities and say, look, these people are deputies and they deserve parity with other deputy positions in your locality. So that's our biggest priority. I think that most of you are aware of the increase in curbside voting that happened in the last year, partly because of the pandemic and partly because there were some legal changes to the requirements of that. And as a result of that, in some localities, there was also an increase of political operatives encroaching on the voter space in front of the precinct or in front of the early voting site. So I did not have this personally in the city, but I know that it was pretty bad in some areas. You have this 40-foot prohibited area from the entrance of the polling place, which is also early voting, but then curbside voting takes place within 150 feet of the entrance, and there's this gap where voters sitting in their cars become targets for political operatives to literally swoop and descend upon them while they are trying to vote their ballot. So I don't think we're going to get 150 feet as a continuous prohibited area, but we would like to look at some language that creates a bubble around the vehicle that the voter is trying to vote from. And then we know that Sutterline has introduced SB3, which is asking for absentee to be reported by precinct. And we're pretty sure since this passed out of the Senate last year, we ended up with a study. The study's been done, and I urge you to read the study on reporting by precinct. And so our job in this is to look at what is the fiscal impact of this and to try and impact how this bill is crafted and how it gets implemented. I don't think there's any chance at this point that we think it won't happen. So we'd like to be part of the conversation about how it happens. And it is going to cost money for most localities. There is no solution to this that doesn't cost money in either equipment, ballots, procedures. There's going to be a fiscal cost to it. And then, a couple of smaller priorities for us. We have some candidate filing deadlines that really interfere with our getting the ballots out on time for absentee. So we are always looking at those. And then in the last couple of years, we've had a lot of mailers that go out to voters that create confusion and create anger by voters. They are not all sent by, as well-meaning as they aren't necessarily sent by organizations like the League of Women Voters that sort of thinks this process through. In the city of Fairfax, I'm about 17,000 voters, and I am contained, unrelated, but contained inside of Fairfax County. So there's often confusion. There were 400,000 absentee applications sent to Fairfax County voters with my return address on them. So that's a problem. It took valuable time away from my staff, and the organization was really good about it, but it was still a problem. It created a lot of anger at a time of mistrust. It created a lot of mistrust. So, I mean, it's unclear what can be done in this. Can we require them to be more upfront about who they are and where they get their information for these absentee lists? When we require them to get it from the state? Obviously, if it's voter registration and they're trying to increase voter registration, such a noble goal, but where are they getting that list? They're not getting it from the state because the state can only tell you who's registered, not who's not registered. So that's an interesting, I think, sticky wicket for us, but something that we would love. I would personally would love your input, I think, on that as well, because I think it's going to be a real challenge to do anything about it, and yet we're the ones who deal with the angry, confused voters. So happy to take any questions, and again, appreciate your interest in elections and your support and all of those things.
Thank you. We have two questions. One is about these full-time positions. Aren't there also localities that have only one full-time position, that of the general registrar? Are you advocating for a full-time deputy in all localities, and how do you square that with those who have fewer resources?
So right now, the code allows the electoral board to set the number of people the number of assistant registrars who work in the office. That doesn't always work that way in localities, but that's what the code provides for. We're not looking for volume at this point because that should be covered by the code section I just mentioned. We're looking for a professional title that allows us to create pay equity and responsibility equity and authority equity for that position. So if you only have a part-time person, that part-time second person should be a deputy, not an assistant registrar. And I don't know that it would require the locality to make that a deputy. I mean, we all have positions probably that aren't directed in the code. The only position directed in the code is the assistant registrar. So there's no deputy even listed at this point. And that's what we're trying to do.
There was talk this morning about the precinct breakout proposal where the absentee people aren't dumped into one. Do the sponsors of this breakout proposal believe that some municipalities may actually start limiting absentee voting in response?
That's a new thought. I don't know how you would limit absentee voting and still be compliant with the code. That's certainly not the intent to do that. It's not about how many people vote, it's about how it's reported. So it doesn't really matter, I don't think, to me, if 5,000 people vote or 500 people vote. I'm still being asked to report it differently. And again, I would urge everybody to read the report. The report does a great job. I think, Deb, you were part of the last day when I was there at the work group. It does a great job of lining out the intent, the challenges, where the costs would come in, and the different ways of implementing early voting or absentee voting in order to report by precinct. But I don't think there's any intent to limit voting. That gives me twitches, and I don't even know how to respond to that.
Okay, Deb, I don't have any more in my feed.
Thank you so much, Brenda.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch because I know we need to have conversations soon. So thank you for joining us today, and talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks. Our next speaker is Kathy Harkey. She's the Executive Director of the National Alliance on Mental Health, or NAMI, of Virginia, where she works to ensure people get the care and services they need and deserve. Kathy embraces the World Health Organization principle, quote, "Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. The enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health is one of fundamental rights of every human being without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic, or social condition." Kathy joined NAMI in 2006 after her family was personally affected by mental illness. She is passionate about creating inclusive, stigma-free communities, NAMI programs, and advocacy for legislative solutions that create positive change. Prior to joining NAMI Virginia, Kathy was the Executive Director at the Substance Abuse Addiction Recovery Alliance of Virginia. She has served as the Board Director for NAMI of Virginia, Board President of NAMI Central Virginia, and Board President of Hanover Community Support Services. Kathy brings effective leadership, advocacy, visionary, and strategic thinking skills to NAMI Virginia. She is the author of Substance Abuse Disorder and Mental Health Education Programs, including Voices of Recovery and How to Advocate Effectively. She's the co-author of Half Day, The Truth About Mental Health for College Students program, and she teaches this program at Virginia colleges. Kathy is a national trainer of programs including family-to-family education, SMART, advocacy training, crisis intervention teams, applied suicide intervention skills training, and mental health first aid youth. Kathy holds a master's degree in public policy and undergraduate degrees in psychology and multidisciplinary studies with business management and education cognates. Kathy has a certificate in nonprofit management from Duke University, and she completed an extensive internship in biogenetic research at Virginia Commonwealth University. Kathy is an experienced public speaker and a recipient of several awards, including the CIT International Advocate Award. Kathy, welcome.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you. And thank you to the League of Women Voters for your continued support of NAMI and mental health in Virginia. As you know, I'm sure you've heard on the news and in other media streams that COVID has hit mental health hard, and Virginia is certainly no exception at all. We are facing a number of advocacy challenges within the state, one of the largest at this time being the Virginia state hospitals, mental health hospitals that have closed 255 beds. And the reason that is such a tremendous concern right now is because prior to COVID, pre-COVID, we were already short hospital beds. We already had people waiting for beds that could not get a bed to receive treatment. So when 255 beds closed during COVID, that really exacerbated the problem because we had an increased number of people, individuals affected by or living with mental illness due to COVID. So the numbers were greatly higher, and now we're down even more beds. And so that is an issue that we're working on right now with partner organizations, with the state DBHDS, the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. And of course, we're advocating because a lot of the reason these hospital beds closed is due to workforce shortages in Virginia, and especially in the healthcare field. And so we need funds to pay the workforce in this particular healthcare field what they're due. They've been underpaid for years, and when COVID hit, we not only lost people due to COVID itself, but also because jobs are plentiful throughout the state of Virginia. So if someone making $40,000 a year in a state hospital doing those types of medical job duties that they may have, they can now be offered twice that in another facility outside of a state facility or in another field completely. And so we've lost people in the workforce for a number of reasons. And so replenishing the workforce is crucial to us right now to get these hospital beds reopened. Going hand in hand with that is in order to release individuals from the hospitals and keep them in the continuum of care, maintaining the services that they need to continue in their mental health recovery. We need funding for the community services boards. And the private sector also faces a lot of challenges too. Many people have turned to the private sector for care, and they're facing similar challenges, but we are advocating for dollar funding for the community service boards and behavioral health authorities in the state of Virginia, so that when it comes time for an individual to be released from a behavioral health hospital bed, they have the services to link to in the community. Without those services, without funding of those services, several things happen. One could be the individual stays in the hospital longer than they need to be. So they go on what's called an extraordinary barriers list until services are available in the community to safely discharge them. Or recidivism occurs where the person is released from the hospital, then turns around and goes right back in not long after because they can't get the help that they need in the community. So the dollar for dollar funding to provide the community service boards with what they need to continue the outside of the hospital services is crucial. Also, a lot of individuals who go into the hospitals need housing. Many are homeless. They have to have housing. And the state of Virginia has been underfunded on permanent supportive housing for years. Right now, we're funded at about 50% of the number of housing units that are needed. And a study was done several years ago showing the number of units that are needed, the number of units that we're funding, and it showed we needed about 5,000 in Virginia, and we're funded at about 2,482. And so we're a little less than 50% of what is needed to provide people with housing that supports their mental health and their recovery, and also prevents homelessness and other detractors to people reaching that level of recovery that they need to move on and live successful lives. So that again is included in our legislative priorities and agendas this year. Now, one thing that I will say is the governor's budget is due out December 16th. And we still have legislators submitting bills. And so we can't go over a firm legislative priority list right now. We have a tentative we have a tentative agenda created, but once that budget comes out from the governor and we see more bills introduced for the 2022 session, the whole thing may go topsy-turvy on us, and I may have to rewrite the entire agenda. But we do have priorities that we feel like will more than likely be on there, the things that I've just addressed. Last but not least, is NAMI is going to be working with Senator Barbara Favola this year to present signature legislation to have missing persons living with mental illness included. It won't specifically say serious mental illness on the silver alert, but we need an alert system. So when people with serious mental illness go missing, the family members aren't told you have to go through this missing persons wait time and process. They can be found quickly if they are included on the silver alert system, because family members know. We had one lady call her son, a young man, I think he was 22 or 23, went missing not too long ago. And the mother said, I have lunch with him every day at 11:30. You know, it's a standing engagement. I know he's supposed to be there. He knows he's supposed to be there. He's always there. We never have a problem. Suddenly she goes for their lunch engagement one day and he's gone. So she called everyone she could think of. She checked with all the healthcare facilities, all the hospitals, nowhere to be found. So she approached the police. Well, of course, this they tell her, you know, this is missing persons, he's over 18, you have to wait, you have to do this and that. Well, the young man was found a few days later in North Carolina. He was having thoughts of suicide. He wasn't bothering anyone. He was by a lake in a wooded area, but nevertheless, it was super cold, and it was in the early hours, super cold. He had no shirt on, no shoes on, had on a pair of shorts, and really was in bad condition. And that's just one of the calls that we've received to our helpline. And so if we can add people that are in states of mental health or could be in danger due to their health and they've gone missing to the silver alert, it will help us to find them quicker. So if this legislation is introduced right now, people are looking at it. They're looking at how existing legislation how wording can be changed or added to existing legislation. But if you do see that, and we're hoping that you will, we would ask that you, of course, in addition to the other things, advocate for this legislation. And that's kind of what I have to say about advocacy in the upcoming 2022 session. And again, I thank you for having us here and am open to any questions you may have.
Thank you. There is a question about this alert. How does that differ from Marcus, the Marcus alert?
Okay, the Marcus Alert is a program that people go to, that they call. They're going to be routed through the new 988 call system for mental health in Virginia. And so they'll call that number and say, I'm in crisis. A crisis team will automatically go out. Well, not automatically, but a lot of times a crisis team will be sent out. If someone is missing, they probably are not going to call a number. So it will be an alert system that goes out through the state police, and it will go out nationwide saying this individual is missing, his or her health could be greatly affected if they are not found. And so that would basically be the difference there between the two systems. Good question.
We have a comment from Alice, who is our Affordable Housing Chair on the state level. She said the Affordable Housing Issues Committee has identified additional funding for permanent supportive housing through DBHDS. So she wanted to let us know that. And there just came in a question. You talked about the need for more supportive housing. Are there any legislators whom you know has an interest in this, i.e. CRE deeds?
Yes, permanent supportive housing has been talked about for years in the legislature. And of course, Craig Deeds is very interested, and he is the one who was on the forefront of the study that was done a few years ago to identify the exact needs that we may have in Virginia. And so, yes, there are legislators very interested in this. You have to remember or keep in mind, however, it is a budget item. And, you know, in Virginia, getting budget items passed is often like pulling teeth, even though the needs are hugely great. And even though we may see savings down the road, if we pass the budget item now, it's going to, you know, it's going to pay for itself down the road. But a lot of times the state doesn't take into consideration that this will come back to us later. They're just looking at the here and now and the big dollar values, you know, that we might have to enact within a 2-year budget.
Great. Deb, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Right. Kathy, thank you so much. And I know that you have your work cut out for you since COVID isn't over, and appreciate your really your hard work. And we are trying to move Virginia, our thinking that health is a full body issue and not just physical, not just behavioral. And so thank you so much for your important work.
You're certainly welcome.
Our next partner is Liz White. She's the Executive Director of One Virginia 2021.
Excuse me, it's Brad.
Oh, sorry. So sorry, Brad. I jumped ahead. Brad Haywood is Chief Public Defender for Arlington County and the City of Falls Church, Virginia, and founder and Executive Director of Justice Forward Virginia. He earned his BA from the University of Michigan and JD from Columbia University of Law School. Since its inception in 2017, Justice Forward Virginia has become a statewide leader in criminal justice reform, having taken the advocacy lead in successful efforts to repeal mandatory jury sentencing and Virginia's felony petty larceny statute, limit pretextual policing practices, improve access of indigent defendants to expert funding, overhaul probation supervision, and bring needed reforms to laws governing pretrial release. Justice Forward also played a critical role in expungement reform and Virginia's abolition of the death penalty. Brad is the 2021 recipient of Arlington County's NAACP Charles P. Monroe Civil Rights Award. Congratulations, Brad, and welcome.
Thanks. Thanks for having me. This isn't news to anyone, but last month the House and the Governor's Mansion shifted from Democratic to Republican control. One might think that dramatically altered the landscape for criminal justice reform, but one might be wrong about that. Since our inception, Justice Forward Virginia has proudly held itself out as bipartisan, and that is because traditionally criminal justice reform has been bipartisan, and it ought to be bipartisan in Virginia. In many states, including those that are bright red, it hasn't just been bipartisan, but Republicans have actually led the way. In recent years, for example, Mississippi has passed limits on sentences for technical violations of probation. They've also expanded parole opportunities. Texas, back about a decade ago, undertook a major initiative to reduce lengthy prison terms, reduce its prison population, and improve its correctional system to make it more humane. And states like Oklahoma and Utah have defelonized drug possession. Why is it that these issues resonate with conservatives? Sometimes. And that's because we're wasting money on a system that's broken. The US spends more money on law enforcement than all but 2 countries spend on their militaries. And one of those countries is the United States. And what do we have to show for it? It's not much. But we have the highest incarceration rate in the world. And we have 5% of the world's population, but almost a quarter of the world's jail and prison population, which is just a staggering fact. You can't say it enough times. And we are less safe than other wealthy countries. We have rates of violent crime that are higher than most other wealthy countries. And what is this doing locally or in our state? Most of the people we're locking up, we're just locking them up forever. And that means our prison population is getting older and older. In Virginia, about a quarter of inmates are over the age of 50. And in 2008, there were only 13% of the people who were serving prison sentences in Virginia were that old. So our prison system keeps getting larger, and the population keeps getting older. So what can be done about this state of affairs that might actually be able to make it through a Republican-led House? I should note for context that, like I say, we're optimistic. We're keeping a positive mental attitude. The fact is, in Virginia, criminal justice reform traditionally has not been bipartisan, but there is some hope because there are members in both chambers, Republicans in both chambers, who seem to support criminal justice reform. There's hope that we can actually continue to make progress. And 4 of the top priorities that we think might have a chance, or at least a few of them, one is second look legislation. So second look legislation, what that is it allows a judge a second look at a lengthy prison sentence years after that sentence has been imposed to determine if the severity of punishment imposed is still necessary and appropriate. The law addresses criticisms of parole by vesting the power of leniency in the sentencing judge, who is a non-political actor, at least theoretically, and giving significant rights to victims in that process. In the current draft legislation, people who were 25 or younger when they were sentenced may request a second look at their sentence after serving 10 years of it. And older people would have to wait at least till at least 15 years of their sentence has been served. And the way this will work is that the second look hearing, the judge can reduce the sentence if it's clear that the defendant or the individual has been rehabilitated, they paid their debt to society, and they can be safely released to the community. Why the need for this? I think it's self-evident to some of us, but I think we don't think about it enough. But people grow, people change. They can be rehabilitated, and they can be redeemed. And research, honestly, is that fact of human nature. It is supported by research. Research shows that actually people tend to age out of criminal behavior. At age 40, it just kind of stops for a lot of folks. Like actually, age 25 is another milestone when the brain is fully mature, especially the prefrontal cortex. So our laws should reflect the science, and they should make room for and incentivize rehabilitation and redemption. In addition, we are going to work on defelonization of drug possession. So the way I often frame this issue is if you had to start all over again right now and rewrite the entire criminal code, how would you treat simple possession of drugs? So possession for personal use. And I'm talking about drugs of abuse, Schedule 1 and 2 drugs, like maybe cocaine or LSD. Would you put the person who possessed drugs in prison? Would you cause them to lose their civil liberties, like the right to vote? Would you saddle that person with a criminal conviction that will always be in their record, that will cause them to lose their job, their public benefits, their housing, their student loans, and sometimes even their children? The answer is, of course you wouldn't. And I would wager to say that 75, 80% of people would agree with that we shouldn't be doing that. So if we shouldn't do it in this hypothetical universe where we're starting over, why are we doing it now? If it is that clear to everyone that it just doesn't make sense, then why are we doing it? Because that is how we're punishing people for drug possession. A contemporary understanding of substance use is at worst, it's not a crime, it is a disease and a public health problem. And by the way, it's not even a disease and a public health problem for some people. Some people just use drugs and they doesn't have any negative consequences in their lives. But for people for whom it does, it is a disease and it's a public health problem. And it ought not to be a crime, let alone a felony crime. 18 states have already done this, have defelonized, basically reduced the punishment from a felony to a misdemeanor. And that includes many so-called red states, Mississippi, Wyoming, South Carolina. Actually, the last 2 to do it in the United States were Oklahoma and Utah, so bright red states. In Oklahoma, the first year after defelonization, Oklahoma prosecutors prosecuted or indicted 10,000 fewer felonies. So think about how all the money that saves, both in just time in court, and time in jail and in prison, law enforcement resources. So this is an easy sell to small government conservatives and those who want to save money, because you can take that savings and you can then put it into things like drug treatment and our behavioral health infrastructure. You just heard about it in the mental health context, but it's the same way in the substance abuse context. We just don't have the kinds of services we need. In Southwest Virginia and parts of Southwest Virginia, they don't even have access to simple detox facilities for drug addiction. So this is what actually works. Substance use treatment works, and that's what we should be doing, not imprisoning a public health problem and a disease. And the last issue that I wanted to discuss is public defender pay parity. So throughout the country and the Commonwealth, public defenders are paid less than prosecutors who they face in court on a daily basis. And by the way, public defenders are court-appointed attorneys, represent close to 80% of all defendants in criminal cases in the United States. And the numbers are very similar in Virginia. So we handle a huge portion of the people who are coming through the courts, just like the prosecutors do. But we're paid less, paid considerably less. And this pay disparity is exacerbated in Virginia jurisdictions that provide a local salary supplement. What that is, it's essentially a bonus from the city or the county on top of the prosecutor's state salary. And it can be very large. In some places, it can be as much as, in Arlington, our county board is committed to pay parity in Arlington. They're giving us raises, but before they started doing that, people in my office made often half of what their counterparts in the Commonwealth's attorney's office made. And just think about that as a practical matter. Passion for the work, self-sacrifice, that's what calls us to this job, but that only takes you so far. At some point, you need to pay your rent, you need to support your family. And that actually, the family part, the financial pressure of raising children, it's a breaking point for many public defenders. And that's when they leave for private practice. And that's when you lose a lot of your most talented and most experienced attorneys. In a system that relies on a level playing field, a disparity in pay and resulting disparity in experience of the attorneys handling the cases, that is a big reason why so many poor defendants are at such a disadvantage in court and why so many go to jail and prison for so much longer than they ought to. Pay parity would require any city or county that provides that bonus pay, I said, with a salary supplement. If they give it to a prosecutor, they have to give a commensurate amount to the public defenders in their jurisdiction. It's just a simple equity and levels the playing field as it ought. And those are the three issues I wanted to highlight. I also submitted materials that include discussion of mandatory minimums and then a whole lot more like wonky, nuanced law nerd bills. They're important things to iron out, but may not be as easy to cover in 10 minutes. So that's all I had. If you have any questions, be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Brad. I see Joan is on the phone right now. So if there are, here she comes.
Sorry. Yeah, there is a question of VICPP is prioritizing reducing use of solitary confinement. Is this a justice forward agenda?
Yes, so there's a really great criminal justice reform advocacy community in Virginia. And there are a lot of people who are specialists on various issues. And one area that there's a specialist group is in prison reform. So the Humanization Project that's currently led by Sean Winetta, I think Sean is actually watching. Sean has spent 17 years in the Virginia Department of Corrections. He was pardoned by Ralph Northam, and he knows prisons as well better than anyone, honestly, in this field. And I know that he's been working on that issue, as have some legislators are very tuned into that. We are interested as well, but when there are directly affected individuals and activists and communities working on an issue, we always defer to them. So, but we will be there to support them and definitely show up for committee hearings to advocate for changes to that policy.
Thank you. Do you have statistics about voting for returning citizens and recidivism, their correlation?
I don't. Justice Forward Virginia, our specialty are the bail to jail reforms, the ones that are the hardest to pass, the things that actually lead to racial disparities in arrest, prosecution, and punishment, and that lead to mass incarceration. Collateral consequences, obviously, we care about those too, but the value we bring to the advocacy space is that we're all, leadership team, we're all current public defenders, and we see things from the front lines. So we tend to focus on the stuff that, like I said, are bail to jail, as we call it. So I don't have any data on that, unfortunately.
Okay, there's a question about pay inequality. Is that going to be legislation in the state? Does that have to come from legislation? Someone's asking, how do we help with pay inequality issues?
So yeah, it can happen two ways. So there are, I think, currently five, maybe 6 jurisdictions in Virginia that have where public defenders have advocated with their local leaders for pay parity between the public defenders and the prosecutors. Arlington's one of them. I know Fairfax, I think Richmond finally got them, a few other places. So you can do it on the local level for sure. And I think, I don't know, that's been more effective so far, but it can also be done through legislation. And it's a legislation that basically just compels the locality that provides the salary supplement, that if they're going to give it to the prosecutors, they also have to give something similar to the public defenders. So there are two ways to do it. If we fail, with the state legislation, we'll definitely, public defenders around the state are going to continue to, advocate at the local level.
A question, are you working to end cash bail?
Yeah, so there's been a Virginia Pretrial Justice Coalition that we've been a member of since its inception in 2017. And so it's, I know people like to talk about it as ending cash bail. It's actually significantly more complicated than that. Because if you just end cash bail and you don't have alternatives that a judge or a prosecutor or a magistrate will use, then very frequently just getting rid of cash bail results in more people being held pretrial. So there have been a number of things a number of bills that relate to improving the cash bail and replacing the cash bail system that have been passed already. One was a pretrial data bill that passed earlier this year. There was also, or last year, there was also a bill that got rid of presumptions against bail, which is a uniquely unfair thing about Virginia law. We don't have those presumptions against bail anymore. And then this year, I know that the Pretrial Coalition is advocating for counsel at first appearance. So right now in Virginia, the first person you see after you're arrested is a magistrate. But the very first time you see a judge is the next day, and the judge will advise you or arraign you. And right now in Virginia law, that day after you're arrested, you have no right to have a lawyer there with you. And as a result, you can't ask for a judicial determination of bail until 2 days after you're arrested, which is a really big deal because data shows that those first 48, 72 hours are critical to avoid the collateral consequences of pretrial detention. That's the second and third day is when so many people lose their jobs, when they lose their public benefits, when those adverse events occur that are bad about pretrial detention. So that's the bill I think we're investing in most. With this legislature, they certainly wouldn't totally get rid of cash bail. And ultimately, you want a system where it's evidence-based and where there are alternatives, pretrial alternatives everywhere that make a judge comfortable enough to release more people, have them be supervised in the community, receive treatment before or whatever they need if they need anything like that. But definitely, it's like I said, it's on the menu, and we're working towards that as a long-term goal.
Great, that's all I've got, Deb.
Brad, thank you so much for your expertise, for your advocacy, for giving voice to the voiceless, and really appreciate all the work and the difference that you're making. So thank you.
Thanks a lot.
And now, Liz White, Executive Director of One Virginia 2021. Liz has been with One Virginia since 2015 and has been instrumental in the growth and development of Virginia's redistricting reform movement, including leading the Presence at the Polls program, which sends hundreds of volunteers to polling places during elections to educate voters about gerrymandering. Liz has a BA from the College of William and Mary and comes from a background in the arts. She currently lives in Chesterfield with her husband and 2 children and has been the honor of a lifetime to bring such fundamental change in the Commonwealth she loves. Welcome, Liz. Happy to see you on another day this week.
Yes, Deb and I get to talk to each other a lot. So, and I see a lot of familiar names and faces on this call, and it's a delight always to talk to the League. Definitely the most informed audience I ever get to address. So I did put together some slides. So I'm going to share my screen. So our plans for this session are a little murky still at this point. We're waiting, maps have not yet been created. And so it's not possible yet to do a full analysis of this new redistricting process and see what needs to be done. And as you can see, and as you've probably noticed, in about 30 days, our name is going to be pretty outdated. And so honestly is our mission. So we're also in the process as an organization of looking ahead to see what direction the organization is going to go and what our kind of focus will broaden to. So I think I will have much more concrete and interesting things to tell you all at this event next year. But I wanted to start and just do a quick status update. I doubt there's anyone on this call who doesn't know what's going on, but I know you all pay attention to a lot of different issues. So just where redistricting is, the commission, as all of you probably know, was unable to reach consensus on any of the maps. So all of them are over at SCOVA. SCOVA has selected their special masters. We are in the, I hope, good hands. I think the good hands of Dr. Bernie Groffman, who was the special master in the last two redistricting cases in Virginia, the Bethune Hill case that redrew about a third of the House of Delegates districts, and the Person-Hubla case of 2015 that redrew some of the congressional districts. And then the other one is Sean, I do not know how to pronounce his name. I need to figure that out. Trendy, from Real Clear Politics, where we hear good things. I think the court has gone out of its way to avoid even the appearance of partisan selections for these special masters. I feel very optimistic that we'll get good maps. They have 30 days. We're kind of in the middle of it already. They have until December 19th to work together to come up with one map for each chamber. So the House, the Senate, and the US House. And so we're kind of in a holding pattern on them. We're awaiting information on whether there will be public hearings. I know, again, Deb and I talk often, and we'll make sure that all of that information gets out to the public, along with any opportunities to participate. But they are also accepting written comments and have received hundreds so far at that redistricting@vacourts.gov email. So in summary, we're almost done with this process. We all thought would be done by the spring. We almost have maps, and it's very exciting. So our next step, and again, where a lot of our contingencies kind of lie, is doing a post-mortem, a pretty thorough report and analysis and evaluation of each part of this brand new process. Since Virginia kind of soup to nuts had a brand new redistricting process this year, we really want to go in and work with commission members if that's possible, but everyone from legislators to volunteers to partner organizations like the League, obviously, and do a deep dive on what worked, what didn't, which things that didn't work are structural issues with either the constitutional amendment or legislation, and which things maybe could have worked better if different decisions had been made by this particular set of individuals. And then I think finally, and this is really where it can segue into the General Assembly session, are there legislative solutions to the things that didn't work? Are there fixes? Is it a new constitutional amendment? Is it new enabling legislation? Are there tweaks that can be made? And that will kind of help us move in. Oh, I have a rogue dash. But I think next steps, one is figuring out if the House of Delegates has to run again in 22, because I can't imagine there's going to be any appetite for redistricting legislation if they're in the midst of running 3 years in a row because of redistricting. I just don't see that being anyone's top priority. It's hard enough to get anyone's attention on redistricting in the beginning of a decade, though I know we would all really like to start at least, get the ball rolling earlier than the amendment process got rolling this last time, so that there isn't an 11th hour, it's this or it's nothing mentality. But I think a lot of our work this session is going to be talking to legislators and staff and, kind of debriefing and going through this evaluation and gauging the appetite and the interest in further reform and then kind of figure out where on everyone's priority list it is. Like, do you want it, and how far down your list is it? So we can, have a longer term plan. And then whenever the time seems right, hopefully this is not saying like, let's wait till 2026. This is like, is it this coming year or next year? We have this beautiful commission bill that Senator Emmett Hanger and Senator Mamie Locke co-patroned in 2019. It was drafted by a multi-partisan group of academics and lawyers led by Wyatt Durrett. One Virginia put this group together. Everyone from Bobby Vassar to Bo Brown, who heads the state Libertarian Party, to Ken Cuccinelli. I mean, when I say multi-partisan, and they really hammered out every eventuality and, kind of came at it from every ideology and put together this very solid commission plan. It's a 10-member independent commission. So that's all citizens. It includes independent / not third party affiliated citizens. It's SJ 274. I know, I'm sure you all know how to find things on LIS. But it's beautiful, and it got summarily dismissed in a committee meeting, and it's still out there. It's still, I think, the gold standard of what we'd like to push forward. If the appetite is there for a more wholesale continuation of reform rather than just legislative tweaks, there is already a solution in existence. So that's all I have for this year's session. As I said, there's a lot of contingencies we're waiting on answers for, but I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Yeah, we've got one. What is the deadline for comments to the special masters?
I mean, I think the deadline is right up until they present maps. There's very little information about kind of how the special masters are going to interact with information from the public. They have access to everything. They have access to everything that came through to the commission. But we don't have as much intel on how they actually interact with it. But I'd say get it in soon. But I think until we wake up one morning and find that we have maps, go ahead and keep sending it.
And this person asks, since the maps still ended up in the courts, do you consider the amendment a success or failure?
I think SCOVA is part of the amendment. I think the amendment was a whole new system. The commission certainly didn't behave the way we had envisioned, and I would argue that the commission part of the amendment was not successful in their work. But yes, I would argue that the amendment is still a success, because the problem that everyone could agree on was that whatever party was in power got to unilaterally draw maps behind closed doors without transparency, that locked in probably an artificial majority for the next 10 years. And that problem has been solved. And whatever maps we get out of SCOVA are still going to be, I firmly believe, better than whatever a single party was going to come up with without oversight.
Okay, that's all I've got, Deb. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And Liz brings up a good point where we also supported SJ 274, and this is where you don't oppose legislation that you could live with, if nothing else, because that's how we got the amendment that we got. It wasn't our favorite, but it is still better than what we had. And so, Liz, thank you. Look forward to continuing to work with you, at least for this month and into whatever your next endeavor is. But I know we're not quite done, but thank you so much for your expertise on this and your commitment to better representation for Virginia.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for having me.
Thanks. Next, we have Jonathan Iglesias, the Policy Director of the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance, where he works with a team of advocates, movement minds, attorneys, and passionate policy nerds to coordinate the Action Alliance's public policy efforts on behalf of survivors, sexual and domestic violence agencies and communities in Virginia seeking to improve the prevention of and response to sexual and domestic violence. Since 2007, Jonathan has worked in the anti-violence and public health fields in various capacities, coordinating primary prevention projects for a state coalition, managing rape prevention and education funds for a state health department, coordinating prevention and outreach projects on college campuses, and consulting with national resource centers on violence prevention and anti-oppression work. Jonathan, welcome.
Thank you, Deb. And it's good to see folks. Good to be here again with you all. I always look forward to these pre-session coalition meetings and just hearing from everyone. And I see a lot of folks who I recognize and who I've worked with throughout the year. Yeah, Jonathan Iglesias with the Action Alliance, the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance. And like Deb said, we our primary membership and goal in terms of operations is representing I believe we're up to 67, 68 sexual and domestic violence agencies that are operating in communities statewide. And so our policy agenda, not only do we build partnerships with folks like the Pretrial Justice Coalition that Brad mentioned working with earlier, and a lot of the folks here, but our primary agenda is risen from the direct needs, challenges, and opportunities that arise from those community-based programs and from survivors who they serve. So one of the things that we kind of continually are looking towards and will continue working on in the 2022 session is sustainable funding for these crisis agencies. And you know, this is no different than I think mental health services and a lot of other advocacy-based and kind of grassroots organizations that are operating in communities statewide. But we have seen we've seen increases in the number of folks who are needing access or requesting access to sexual and domestic violence services throughout the pandemic. And in some localities, some jurisdictions, that is looking like a 300 to 350% increase in the requests for emergency shelter. And just beds overflowing, services overflowing, different needs. You know, I know that you all have heard from and talked about housing advocacy. Economic justice and housing justice priorities often are squarely rooted in big issues for the survivors who we serve. So a lot of those intersect in ways that are pretty meaningful for our local advocates. So we've seen the needs that have arisen really become more complex in terms of housing access, economic stability, and just a lot of the challenges that the pandemic has presented for local survivors and families and advocates. And on the one hand, we have seen some funding streams become much more flexible and accommodate some of the needs in terms of allowing local agencies to provide long-term shelter and housing through motels and hotels and transitional housing, and to put direct cash assistance into the pockets of survivors for things like bus tickets and things that are needed to get to work. And yet at the same time, we have seen some of our funding streams like the Federal Victims of Crime Act and some of our prevention funding statewide become increasingly volatile and less reliable. And so our big issue yet again in 2022 is funding. We currently, the Department of Social Services, submitted to the governor's office for approval and for inclusion in the governor's budget, $2.6 million for sexual and domestic violence prevention funding. And that looks like a lot of different things in communities, but is really work that moves upstream away from emergency shelter and housing and away from direct services and towards working with young people and families on building the resilience, on understanding sexual and domestic violence and healthy relationships, and a number of different things, building community leadership coalitions to address root causes, all those types of things. So we are going to be advocating very heavily with Senate Finance and House Appropriations for the inclusion of that 2.6 million and what we're hoping ends up being 3 million for sexual and domestic violence prevention funding in the final budget, and for that money to go very quickly get out on the streets. One of the other challenges we've had, particularly during the pandemic, in working with some state and federal administrators, is just some barriers to getting the funding into the pockets of people who really need it most. And so we're hoping to get that not just included in the final budget, but also unburdened and released to the public and to communities who are in need of doing some of this vital life-saving work. Same goes for intervention and services. Like I said, since we've seen the service requests rise and federal funding for some of our work dwindle or become less stable, during the special session, the General Assembly provided some gap funding for sexual and domestic violence agencies, for some of our systems partners, where Victims of Crime Act funding at the federal level was falling short. We received a $12 million appropriation to carry sexual and domestic violence services funding at least through 2022. But after some of that ARPA funding runs out or is spent, we're still kind of left with the same issue of some of our federal sources being a little bit volatile. And so we are asking for the state legislature to consider sustaining sexual and domestic violence services and prevention work in communities, and recognizing it as vital and life-saving. Another issue that we worked on with the Supreme Court, Office of the Executive Secretary, some systems partners and advocates in the field in recent years, and we're bringing back at the request of Delegate Hope and Senator Vogel, is the expansion of the Virginia Supreme Court's Hope Card program. This is a program that is kind of an opt-in model for a lot of judges and family courts or juvenile and domestic relations courts. And the Hope Card program is essentially a way of providing those respondents, those petitioners, those folks who have an active protective order that they've been granted through the court, a way of granting them a concise and simple, clean way of carrying their information, the information contained in that protective order, including provisions authorized by the court, who's protected under that order, what responses should look like for local law enforcement and criminal justice, criminal legal responses, but a wallet-sized card that folks can carry around that is really an enforcement mechanism. One of the things that we know is that, it's rare, but when we do have folks who are abusing someone, who just do not respond to a protective order or do not listen to kind of that order coming down from the judge or court, that's an indicator of escalating and high lethality, and often leads to things like child abduction, strangulation, multiple violations of protective orders, and things that we know have a tendency to lead to intimate partner homicide. And so the Hope Card program has proven in those jurisdictions where it's been authorized to be a really effective program in allowing people to respond pretty immediately when there is a violation of a protective order. And so Delegate Hope, I swear this wasn't planned. He had a court locally who was interested in this and doing good work around the Hope Card program, and he wanted to see that expanded to all jurisdictions. And so he asked to carry that bill, and Senator Jill Vogel has been a good advocate for that as well. And so we're thinking they will be the primary advocates of that in 2022. Another issue that we are working on in coalition with many folks, a lot of folks who I know you all here work with, the Virginia Poverty Law Center, the National Women's Law Center, and a lot of brilliant legal minds who, I am not a trained lawyer, who really just tell me what to say and do. We are working with some of those brilliant minds to bring the Virginia Safe and Thriving Workplace Act back to the General Assembly in 2022. For those who may remember it from last year, this was a really a sexual harassment and workplace harassment bill that clarified the procedural elements of the Virginia Human Rights Act, which many of you I'm sure know, but for anyone who doesn't, the Virginia Human Rights Act was, pretty significant legislation to not only define and codify, but to outline remedies for harassment and civil remedies, in particular for harassment that is identity-based, that takes place in the workplace. So against trans folks on the lines of race, ethnicity, sexuality, and all of that. So this bill, which has been carried by Delegate Vivian Watts, co-anchored by Delegate Kathleen Murphy and Senator McClellan, like I said, provides clarity to procedural elements of the Virginia Human Rights Act, and particularly with regards to providing consistent and expanded statute of limitations requirements and for reporting and bringing civil suits forward when there's sexual harassment that may have occurred in the workplace, and also clarifying the employer size threshold for bringing those cases forward and reducing the employer size threshold. So that really even someone who may be experiencing sexual or workplace harassment in a small business, 5 people or under, would have the ability to, under Virginia law, bring a civil suit forward and to have that be taken seriously in court. So that's something that we see as an issue that just needs some work and some lingering work on the Me Too front, and for a lot of survivors who have, particularly during the pandemic, and particularly low-income survivors and those who are experiencing economic instability, have called our 24/7 sexual and domestic violence hotline throughout the pandemic and said, I'm experiencing workplace harassment, and also I need this paycheck right now. If I don't have this paycheck right now, I can't make next month's rent. I can't do a number of things that are allowing me to stay afloat right now. And so we're trying to figure out what some remedies could be for those folks as we've seen the calls increase to our hotline. And just like a number of folks here who I know have talked to you all today and who are working with you throughout the year, we are consistently watching and advocating for a lot of legislation that expands provisions to reduce offender access to firearms, to prevent mass shootings and firearm homicides, particularly with regards to intimate partner homicide. We are also watching and advocating for criminal justice reforms like the elimination of the use of mandatory minimum sentencing in Virginia, which we have seen time and time again used against survivors, particularly survivors of color and women of color who, or any survivor who may experience, fighting back in self-defense in the context of survival, and may be prosecuted with a assault and battery charge in that context. We've seen mandatory minimums operate against survivors in that way, and we would like to see discretion placed in the hands of judges, and hopefully for some of that to go along with some trauma-informed training for judges, magistrates, and all the systems partners who may be faced with decisions regarding public safety and survivor safety. So there is no shortage of issues that we're working on, and I'm sure we will have about 75 bills that we'll be following. One thing I will say, I'll just leave you with, we always really enjoy the support of the League of Women Voters and a lot of the folks in this particular virtual room. Our Legislative Advocacy Day for 2022 is scheduled to be very simple, easy to remember, 2222, February 2nd, 2022. We're treating it like a wedding so everyone can remember it. But it's going to be a hybrid in person for folks who are vaccinated and feel safe making some visits. And it's statewide virtual as well. And we encourage you to just save that date, sign up, and become engaged with us in that way if you haven't already.
Thank you. There's one quick question. Could you say the name of the workplace harassment bill again?
Yeah, it's the Virginia Safe and Thriving Workplace Act. And I can actually send you, Joan and Deb, a link here if you want to share that with folks.
Yeah, you have co-hosts, so you can put it in. That is all the questions we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I muted. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And I'll remind everybody at the end of the program, but we do have issue group focused on domestic violence. And so if that's something that you're interested in, please get involved. Our next speaker is Krista Jones, who is also a league member and serves as the director of the Virginia Promise Partnership, where she leads the partnership's comprehensive efforts toward their goal of access to affordable, quality childcare for all Virginia families by 2030. Her responsibilities include working with partner organizations and stakeholders in the development of the partnership's strategic plan and cost estimate, serving as the voice of the coalition in media and government relation efforts, and overseeing expansion of the grassroots advocacy network. She previously served as the director of outreach for 2 members of Congress. In that role, she designed outreach strategies, developed relationships with community leaders, and helped communicate their legislative agendas. Happy to have you with us today, Krista. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deb. I am excited to be here. Hold on. Okay, hopefully everyone can see that. I know a lot of people may not be too familiar with the Virginia Promise Partnership because we are a new coalition dedicated to securing quality, affordable childcare for all Virginia families by 2030. And you know, the pandemic, there's been a lot more articles lately. There's a lot of great federal investments for childcare, but I think a lot of us know that even though the pandemic may have exacerbated some issues, we all know that we've had a broken childcare system for decades, and we've just kind of made it work. I mean, parents have just kind of made it happen. You know, childcare providers who are often minority women, early childhood education teachers are underpaid. The price of childcare is simply unaffordable for most families. And a lot of these providers, they are small business owners with families and responsibilities of their own. So you're probably kind of wondering, you know, what is the way that we're going to achieve quality, affordable childcare, considering it's been such an issue for such a long time by 2030. So we are in the process of releasing a roadmap, a policy roadmap, and a cost estimate, and I'll go through that in just a moment. It is almost complete, but I think through that you'll get a sense of where the direction we're going in through legislation for the General Assembly session and also regulatory action. So we'll really be, I know that I had heard from someone that the league was interested in pursuing the issue of childcare. So we're hoping that everyone can sign up to make the promise at vapromisepartnership.com, and I'll put that on the screen later so you can stay informed about the specific legislation and action we're going to be advocating for to the governor. But last February, the Promise Partnership conducted its first ever statewide poll on early childhood, and the findings confirmed what we knew anecdotally, that childcare is important to all Virginians. And these are the organizations who have joined with us. We have over 30 organizations who are committed to quality, affordable childcare. And it's great because we have a diverse group of organizations, everyone from the Virginia Chamber of Commerce to the Virginia Education Association. And you know, that poll said that 82% of Virginians believe that early childhood education is important to them. This crosses party lines and geographic lines. So for Virginians with children under age 5, nearly 100%, of course, said expanding access to early childhood education was important to them. During the session, during the past few sessions, particularly last year during the pandemic, it was great because we did have some wins. For example, there was legislation that temporarily expanded the eligibility for childcare subsidies, and that's the type of thing that we're going to be focused on as well in 2022, particularly when families who are going through a job search. The legislation said that for those of 85% of SMI would get an additional childcare subsidy. So that's one thing we're definitely pushing for. There has also been some momentum because you may have heard that Virginia switched oversight of childcare from the Department of Social Services on July 1 to the Department of Education. So of course, that's probably going to change how a lot of the bills are filed and just how we kind of view childcare and early childhood education as a Commonwealth. So these are the main principles as we put together our roadmap and think about how are we actually going to get to quality affordable childcare by the year 2030. These are the specific principles that we're focused on. So transparency, families can access information easily. Access, all families can find and access childcare that aligns with their family needs, schedule, location, language preferences, and cultural and familiar values. This is really important, especially as we think about the recent election and how the issue of parent voice and parent choice was really reigned supreme. And that is exactly what's important when we talk about childcare. In early childhood education, parents should be able, their voices should be heard in terms of how they access early childhood education. Of course, we've heard loud and clear that affordability is a huge issue. And so that's going to be, it's difficult because the system is broken. So how do you help these providers who are barely making ends meet? A lot of them have had less slots available because of COVID. They can't have as many children in their classroom. They can't charge too much because it's too expensive for parents. So, but they still have to make a living. And so unfortunately, you're actually seeing a lot of childcare deserts because a lot of these providers just can't stay in business. Equity is really a central part of our work, and we do recognize that this childcare system is based on systemic racial, social, and economic inequities. So that's something we're really going to try hard with our roadmap to eliminate that. We want to make sure that there's worth, that the childcare workforce is compensated fairly. That is huge. Also want to make sure that the system is stable. And then also quality is huge. Obviously, you know, many of you as parents or just family members, you want to make sure that your children are getting a strong, good quality early childhood education. And what it's interesting is that quality is different to everybody, right? So for some people, it's, you know, the way the teacher interacts. For some people, it's actually the building that they're in. So that's really important. Also at the center of our plan will be, you know, children, families, childcare providers, and of course, our communities. So our first goal is, and so this is going to be, our plan is for this to be phased. So we want to stabilize the industry from 2022 to 2024, strengthen from 2025 to 2027, and then phase 3 is to specialize in 2028 to 2030. So our first goal, affordable childcare for all families. Number 2, horizon goal number 2, all families can access the type of care that they want when and where they need it, as we talked about in access before. Horizon goal number 3, all providers have the resources they need to support high impact optimal experiences. And then well-resourced professionals, the childcare workforce is compensated fairly. And so that is just another slide sharing like how we plan to get to that goal of 2030. And so in phase 1 and stabilize, and so these are we'll be looking to you know, have legislation and regulatory action around these actions, specifically in phase 1 where we stabilize in 2022. Affordability, we want to reduce copays and expand eligibility for families. Access, reopen and stabilize childcare providers. As I mentioned, there's a lot of childcare deserts. We want to make sure that we can get childcare centers open again. Child experiences, provide targeted supports for strengthening teacher-child interactions, and then the workforce increase reimbursement rates so they have a living wage. There are so many ways that if anyone here is interested, we have a robust advocacy plan. We would be really excited if everyone could follow us on social media. I'll share those in just a moment. We work with Save the Children Action Network to do a lot of trainings. We are always in the process of soliciting childcare stories from our providers and our parents and advocates. So we have promised advocate meetings every month. So we are definitely looking for more advocates to our cause, and we'd love to also, if desired, speak to individual leagues across the Commonwealth about, especially as we get into the session, about how they can be more involved. And we also have started a 501c4 organization and designated several senators and House of Delegate members as childcare champions. And these are our handles on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We're also on LinkedIn. The website is vapromisepartnership.com. So we look forward to keeping in touch with everyone to send out action alerts about the specific legislation that we will be promoting in the coming weeks. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Krista. Usual Excellent presentation. You have answered all the questions. I don't see any in the chat. So thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Krista, thank you so much. I noted in the chat that we do have an issue group for childcare, and they're also engaged in a study. And so to find information about our interest groups, or issue groups, there's a link there and also an email address. If you want to become involved in some of these studies, reach out to our program chair. And last but not least, our final speaker today is Dr. Peter Getz. He's a 30-year veteran Virginia public educator who is currently the superintendent of Fluvanna County Public Schools. He was previously superintendent of the Middlesex County Public Schools and assistant superintendent of the Goochland County Schools. And prior to that, he was a teacher, principal, and district leader in 3 other small rural localities. He is an adjunct professor of educational leadership at James Madison University, serves on several boards and organizations, and most recently led the Middlesex schools to become the first division to be fully empowered by renewable on-site energy. Dr. Getz has a specific passion for small rural communities and currently serves as vice president of the Coalition of Small and Rural Schools in Virginia, an organization comprised of 84 school divisions across the Commonwealth that focuses on advocacy and communication. He and his wife, Sarah, have 4 children, 3 of whom attend school in Fluvanna. Welcome, Dr. Getz.
Thank you so much. Very kind of you to have me here today. I'm really excited to talk with you. I'm gonna, if it's okay, I'm gonna begin sharing my screen.
Yes, you're good.
And here we go. Sorry, looks like it's, give me just a second. Okay. Sorry. I might have to. Are you able to present my slides or?
Sure. Let me find them.
I'm gonna try one more thing here. To get around it.
Okay, I'm up and ready to go. Just say the word.
Okay. Yeah, looks like I'm gonna need you to do it. So anyway, sorry about that. I'm happy to be here with you. I'm at the end of the day. You've had a long, very productive day, I'm sure, but I'm going to jump right into it. I'm here today representing the Coalition of Small and Rural Schools in Virginia. I'll tell you a little more about that organization in just a moment. I'm vice president and a founding board member, but also in my work as a superintendent. I'm excited to tell you some of the things that we're advocating for and that we'd love to have you join us and partner with us in educating folks at the legislative level. You can go to the next slide. Our organization began about 5 years ago. It really was born out of some tension that was happening in Southwest Virginia, where localities were losing pretty dramatic decreases in enrollment. And as you know, state funding for education in localities is tied to enrollment. So we all got together, many of us at the time. I was on the East Coast in Middlesex County, and we got together to see how we could come together to support and educate folks, and found that we really had a lot of common problems. Certainly, they're not all unique to small and rural schools. We have Petersburg City, for example, is one of the 84 that is a member, neither small nor rural, but many of us have the same problems. And most of what I'm going to talk with you about today has to do with discrepancies in state funding to support education. And we're an organization, it's really important that I tell you this. We're very focused on not being adversarial with our urban and suburban larger neighboring divisions. We don't want to advocate for anything that's going to take away from another division. We want to advocate for equity and for things that make sense for all students. We want all children in Virginia, regardless of where their zip code is, to have the same opportunities for an excellent education. So that's what we're focused on. You can go to the next slide. This is just to put some of this into context. If you notice the per pupil expenditures, this is from a couple of years ago, the state average at 11,005. I put my division, Fluvanna, Norton City, which is down in Southwest Virginia, and Division A and Division B. You can see the dramatic discrepancy in what's being spent per pupil. I don't mind telling you, those two are probably not surprising to you in Northern Virginia. So a lot of what we're trying to do is to advocate for funding mechanisms that will level the playing field for some of these students that, by virtue, again, of just where they live, don't have the same opportunities. Next slide. So this is just some data to educate you about some of the divisions that we partner with and how some of this plays out with funding. The local composite index is the calculation that the state uses to determine the extent to which a locality can support itself. And so each locality has that index, and state funding is filtered through that. Just to put it into context for you, if a locality's local composite index is a 0.5 out of 1, that means out of every dollar the state would give to support education, the state gives 50 cents. The locality that is a 0.5 gives 50 cents as well. So of the 20 divisions that have the lowest, 15 of those are part of our coalition. 13 of those receive less than 30% above what's the legal minimum. And you can see the state average is 113% above. So several divisions are really scraping to do what they can with much less than what some of the other divisions have. And this is all because of the local composite index and the inequities built into that funding. Next slide. The capacity, and this is one of the main areas that we focus on. If every single rural division in Virginia, and this is identified as rural by the US Census, if every rural division in Virginia raised their property taxes by a penny, you can see that just under $20 million could be raised to support education. Whereas if one large affluent division, this is a Northern Virginia division, and we don't want to call anybody out, they're not doing anything wrong by being in Northern Virginia or being able to do this. But if that one raised their property taxes by that same penny, you can see that they can raise just in that division that much more. This is from data provided from the Commonwealth Institute. Next slide. And I'm talking quickly because I have a lot to say, and I know we're at the end of the day. If you want me to come back to any of this and go a little more deeply, I'm happy to do that. One of the things that we advocated for last year was that as the pandemic impacted enrollment, and enrollment impacts state funding, that the state include a no-loss funding formula. Well, the no-loss was calculated using estimated enrollment instead of our actual enrollment. One of the ways that we build our budgets is to estimate how many students we're going to have next spring. I'm doing that now as we put together the plan for fiscal spending next year. We have to give the state our estimated number of students so that we know how much state revenue to count on. Instead of using the real number, they use the estimated number. And by doing that, those estimates are historically inaccurate, especially for high poverty divisions. Most of those are small and rural. For example, by using the estimate instead of the actual number, Wise County missed out on almost $1 million in funding that they should have had. That means students that they estimated that weren't going to be there actually were there, and they should have had state funding for those students. But because this no-loss formula used those estimated figures instead of the actual figures, Wise County received far less, whereas Prince William received so much more for students that didn't even exist. So these kinds of inequities are what we're advocating, that the state distribute money using a more equitable formula. Let me tell you what that might be. I think the next slide should give some of this. So The at-risk add-on is a calculation that is used to distribute money based on based on the number of students in poverty. It's one of the ways that the state identifies at-risk students, basically acknowledging that it takes more resources to educate students that are coming out of poverty often. So the at-risk add-on is a formula that by virtue of that statistic is much more equitable. And so we advocate that that is used more and more, as well as being increased. The at-risk add-on calculation formula in Virginia is far behind the average across the nation. Even though it was increased, and it has been increased, it still is a much more equitable way to do that. And we are advocating not that Prince William lose the $10 million that they received, but that the state use either the at-risk add-on formula or the estimated loss formula, whichever one is more beneficial to the division. Next slide. So some of the things that we have been successful with, you can see here, adding calculation formulas to the different categories that would give the at-risk add-on the ability to benefit small rural divisions, as well as any division, no matter what size, that's serving more students of poverty. Another area that we're focusing on has to do with school infrastructure. Many schools across the Commonwealth were built in the early 1900s, and they're literally crumbling. We hosted a crumbling schools tour this past year in all of the 8 superintendents regions and invited legislators to come and actually tour through the buildings to see. So this is one of the main areas that we're advocating that the state use some of the funding that it has at its discretion now with the surplus that we have, is to support school infrastructure, including broadband. That's probably one of the primary inequities that has been highlighted through the pandemic, is how different localities that do not have adequate access to broadband are crippled in their ability to support learning for students, especially when they're remote. Next slide. So what's next? And what are we asking for support this year? We're really advocating, again, the at-risk add-on, that it not only be used more often to distribute funds, but that it be increased. That's a methodology that's much more equitable. We're asking that the literary fund be used to support school construction and modernization. It hasn't been done in many, many years. I think 2006 was the last time that it was. And it really, this is a way that the state could address inequity across the Commonwealth. Teacher recruitment and retention, salary is certainly an issue. The critical shortage has never been more of an urgent matter. Just to put this into perspective for you, again, this is about 5 years old. If you had taken in 2016 all of the graduates of Virginia teacher preparation programs, every single graduate, including those that graduate from the largest producer in Virginia, and that's Liberty Online. Most of those students are not even in Virginia and don't have any intention of teaching in Virginia. But let's pretend they do. If you take all of those in 2016, every single one of those graduates would not have been enough to fill the vacancies in Fairfax County alone. So that's what we're dealing with the shortage of teachers. I've seen just today, I saw that in Bedford County, they're having to cancel bus routes because they don't have enough bus drivers. It's a catastrophe when you have to cancel transportation, but imagine what's going to happen when that is closing classrooms and schools. And that's really hitting us hard in the small rural divisions where we have a hard time attracting people in the first place. So salary is something that I think the state really needs to help us with, especially in the small rural localities. And then finally, as I've mentioned, broadband access. There are multiple bills and budget items out there now supporting broadband across Virginia. And this is, again, one of the most pressing issues that's been highlighted as schools were forced to deliver learning and to support learning remotely, was the inadequate, the discrepant access across Virginia to support broadband. I feel like I've said a lot, and I want to pause and see if there are any questions or if there's anything you'd like me to go a little more deeply into.
I can't unmute myself while I'm sharing screens. So that's very weird. Will this level of funding field take into account cost of living, what a teacher must pay to rent shelter?
Well, if I understand the question correctly, the level of funding, you mean the at-risk add-on or the money to support compensation?
Probably compensation, since she's asking about cost of living.
Yeah, well, I think that cost of living certainly should be calculated. I think it should be a consideration. One of the things that we've seen across the Commonwealth recently with these discussions is a heavy reliance upon a locality's ability to tax itself to support these things. I think if you look at the average median income in some of these localities, that's really not a solution. For example, in Loudoun County, the average income is $149,000, I think. 149, yeah, 149. Whereas in Norton City, I think it's 32. So I definitely think that that should be something that the state considers.
Okay. There is a question about what urban schools can do or urban regions can do to assist.
I think that what a great question. I think one of the biggest thing that I think we can do is all come together and advocate for what is equitable across the state. In Fluvanna County, I've got a brand new high school here virtually. I still advocate for funding that is equitable for places that don't have a brand new high school. I just came from Middlesex County, where the high school was built in 1940. So I think urban divisions, what has happened in the past is the lobbying that goes into the General Assembly's work with the budget. I think localities oftentimes are elbowing each other to try to get to the trough. And so I think if we can step back and really think about what is equitable for all Virginia students, instead of me thinking about Fluvanna County and Fluvanna's students, but let's all think about Virginia's students. That kind of advocacy will go a long way. There's no question that the larger divisions, the larger urban areas, have much more political power when those conversations are happening. The budget committees are all run by legislators from those larger divisions. Just last year, when this conversation about school infrastructure was going on, there was a new high school that was opened up in one of those divisions. I had an opportunity to tour it. It has an Olympic-sized swimming pool in it. It was a $110 million building. And I think when that is the context that we have, if that's the school I drive past every day, and I read about people wanting new high schools, I think we've got to give people, I've got a great one-pager about this issue that I'd be glad to submit, and you guys can get it out to your membership, that our coalition has just done about the infrastructure issue.
Great. There is a question about, is there any action that can be taken right now about staffing shortages? Is there something we can do immediately?
I think, well, what we have been working with the state on to address that is, and they've done a good job, I think, with this, is to relax, to change some of the barriers that we've had for licensure regulations to make it more accessible to people, especially for people to leave one career and get into the education career without having to go back to school and do all of the work full time. In terms of legislation, I think what we have to think about is what's going to attract people to teach. There are two things, really. Historically, if you look at what drives people to this work, it's a desire to make a difference, a desire to form relationships, and the compensation expresses both value and it enables educators to support a life. So I think bringing Virginia to the national average, at least, if not more, would go a long way. And I think that is just going to take investment on the part of the state to help localities that are not able to do that themselves, that don't have the revenue sources that some of the others do. But I'll stop there. Looks like my screen is frozen, or maybe yours is.
It may be Joan because I heard you fine and Joan seems to be frozen.
Okay.
Let's see, I had a question was sent to me. One saying it's an excellent presentation, and with the new governor's commitment to direct funding to charter schools, will public schools be a lesser priority?
That's a good question. And I think the way support for charter schools would be funded, it is not really clear to me. I don't know how that's going to happen, and I don't know how to answer that question unless we know what that funding mechanism is. Obviously, if the enrollment money that I've been talking about today follows students, then the same dynamic that we saw during the pandemic, when so many students didn't enroll for various reasons because of the pandemic, and we were faced with these crippling shortages in state revenue, we advocated and the state responded with no loss funding. I think the same thing would happen if we had large groups of students that migrated to private and charter schools and all that state revenue went with them. But again, I've not heard a lot of clarity yet about how those kinds of movements and initiatives would be funded.
Okay, well, thank you. And just to let you know, we have been strong advocates for broadband funding. That we have recognized, especially during the pandemic, how that really underlined a lot of inequities. And I like that you're talking about equity instead of equal, that it's an equity issue. So I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Joan has texted that she cannot get back on for whatever reason. She got thrown off. She is gone. So maybe that's a sign to us that we should wrap things up. Oh, there she is. Joan, were there any more questions, or now you've muted again?
Technology. No, there was one question that of course I lost when I got booted out. And it was, I cannot remember it. I'm sorry.
If it's the one that I sent you, I asked it. The one that was sent to me, I asked it. Okay, good.
Then we're good.
Right.
And
Okay.
Krista, I'm sorry, Krista is uploading her slides. People asked about that.
Okay, great. Dr. Gretz, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Your thoughts on equity with school structure. We do have a study also about equity in education. And so again, I direct everybody to our issue groups, to our studies, to our advocacy, and just check out our website, go through that. We've got a lot of good information on there, and of course we'll be adding to it as bills start to drop and we get our talking points in order. We'll be ready for the General Assembly. If you have any questions, please send them to Joan, but she will be sending out all of these materials to you. Really appreciate everyone's time today and great questions and engagement. So thank you all and have a great rest of your week.